Welcome everybody. What's up? Mr. Slow donated a gift sub. No, it's well, what happened there? Mr. Slow subscribed at tier 1. That for some reason didn't come through on the it's weird. It didn't come through on the feed. I guess subscriptions don't go through on the mini feed, but donations and gifts do. Mr. So also donated $20. We had Move 11 gift a tier 1 sub to Roghav098. Thank you guys. Mr. Slow bringing us up to 186.66. I just want to remember, Mr. Slow just donated another gift sub, a gift sub to Hair Apparent. So he's subscribed, gifted a gift sub, and donated $20. Move 11 gifted. We haven't had a bit war in a long time. Whatever happened to bit wars? Thank you guys for your donations. We're on the way to a hype train. While we wait, I'm gonna add Mr. Slow's game because he sent me a study before. He has a study that we're doing Velimirovich games, and we did Karaklaj last time. So we're up to Velimirovich Morovich from Hastings, 6162. Open study. Can I clone? Clone copy. Copy PGN. Study. My studies, March 21st. Add a chapter. Here. Paste. Boop. Alright. Now it's in there. Is that up there? Yeah, so hello, Mr. Will. Hello, everybody. What's up? Sorry, we're usually a couple minutes late on Thursday nights. Things have been a little crazy with the time difference. I think this weekend, we're still not catching up, right? When is the time change in Europe? Is it like the following one-sided affair? The following Sunday, we should finally catch up, I think. It's been 2 weeks. We need one more week before we catch up on the time difference between the United States, and anybody can confirm that. Thank you guys for donations. Listen, not directly related to donations, but I found out today that, you don't know, but I'm going to tell you. But regarding donations, thanks Morales gifting a tier 1 sub to the community, to Dibs. Hype train is close. We need one more donation or gift sub for a hype train. It is chapter 3, right? I got the wrong game. Oh, how did I do that? I did that. Alright, sorry. So what I want to tell you guys is, copy PGN, learn, study. What I want to tell you guys is today I registered, things are going to be a little crazy this spring. Today I registered for the Hungarian Spring Festival. Yeah, Morales, we're doing your game. Alright, Morales versus Schumacher. Hungarian Spring Festival in March 23rd to the end of March. So, I need your financial support, guys. I'm going to use the money, from the World Teams Fund, and, we got a goal of $2,000. But I'm going to try to offset. I'm going to have to take, a week off from streaming, working. Another tournament on the schedule though for end of March. I'm probably moving in the beginning of March, so it's going to be crazy. But I want to play. It's a really good tournament, and there hasn't been any good tournaments in Hungary for a while. All right. If anyone's interested in playing Budapest Spring Festival, it's a very good tournament. 9 rounds, 1 round a day. Most of the days, all but 1 round in the afternoon. It's ideal. two time controls. All right, so anyway, Morales is white against Schumacher. He's under pressure on time. By the way, I just realized this is very strange. You know, Schumacher always plays. He always plays the Kraken. You know that, right? I don't think I've ever seen. The Hungarian Spring Festival is in. I don't know when the official cultural Spring Festival is. Maybe it starts sooner, like in April. But the chess tournament isn't officially connected with the Hungarian Cultural Spring Festival, which is a long tradition of concerts and other arts programs. Very long tradition here. But anyway, this tournament didn't take place the last couple of years because of COVID. Anyways, in March, May 23rd. So Morales, what's up with Schumacher playing e4, e5, by the way? He never plays e5. So you're just playing what you normally play. Vienna with bishop c4 and knight c3. Good day. Are you British? Netog. Tally ho, old man. Good day. Say. Knight c3, knight c6. So I've been playing bishop c5 and on occasion bishop b4 here. I've also tried like c6. I have Acerbate's database there. But knight c6 is the main move. What I don't like about knight c6 is that it's the main move. That's why I don't play it. The couple things that I don't like about knight c6, okay? Like, it's the main line, so everyone knows it, and B, it blocks the c-pawn from attacking the center, which I like to do with d5. So, oftentimes black goes out on a5. That's the main line. The main line is the d3 and the knight a5. You know, I forgot against you, Morales. I mean, maybe this is the best way to play bishop b4, to just do it here. I played like bishop b4 against you last time. It was probably... I probably intended to do it in this move order rather than right away. I don't think... I don't think this is as effective. Okay, maybe it's good. I don't know. But anyways, knight c6, d3, and then, well, we've got the main line, knight a5. You've got bishop e4, and you've got bishop c5. So you have three primary moves for black here. But Schumacher normally plays the Kraken. You know, so I don't know what's going on. He plays d6. Maybe his uncle was playing on the account or something. Oh, my game. It's all about you, Schumacher. And we're in a hurry, which I know you like as well. Alright, so Morales is rushing me. I don't like to be rushed, but he has to go. He has to be first, so we're doing this quick. Chess game's done quick. f4. Yeah, but I mean, now you're transposing to a good King's Gambit declined. That's basically what happened. And now Morales has a great position. Don't be sorry, I'm just kidding. I just have like a pet peeve against things rushing me, but this is life, man. Don't have to be sorry. We aim to please here. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. I can adapt. So f4, you've got a good position. Now black. Ben, I swear we looked at a game like this a couple weeks ago. Yeah, bishop c5 better than d6, sure. But I mean, now you're threatening knight f3, etc., etc., and believe that we saw something with pawn takes pawn. The question is, you know, maybe don't have to do it right away. You can play bishop e7 first, and then if knight f3, then we can take the short Strikovich. I do recall being in the game list. Wan Fong. But seriously, I guess that's probably the best. If you're gonna play d6, you have to do it like that. It's not great. I like it better than bishop g4. How could I add your game when you didn't send me a game, Schumacher? I checked for your games like 10 minutes ago. Yeah. When did you send it, man? Like, since my stream started. I don't have, like, you know... No, he sent it, like, just like 7 minutes ago. How would I have gotten that? You know what I mean? Like, I literally started the stream, like, 10 minutes ago. The dude sent it to me, and I'm like, can you add my game? I'm in the middle of analyzing another game. So, when we get to it, we'll get to it. Yeah. I wouldn't know, though, because all of his notifications never go through. So, pawn takes pawn, best chance. Bishop g4 is a mistake. And, I mean, you just never want to do this in the e45 openings. Almost never. Here, not afraid. Well, I mean, you know, it's just never good. I mean, this move is almost never good. This is very strange. Very strange to do it, you know, when you're not even pinning anything. So now you have the option of queen d2. And obviously this is a little awkward, but so is that. You know, his bishop can get trapped by f5, etc. So I think Morales has an obligation to the chess gods to consider the move queen d2. You know, black can play pawn takes pawn. Then you take with the queen, and then on this type of thing, you know, obviously you can drop back to f2 and protect here. So, I mean, I would be strongly tempted to play queen d2. But, you know, bishop g4 just isn't a good move. All the options should be on the table here, Morales. Knight e2. Well, this one probably not. But anyway, you need control of d5. But all the other options. So you played this. And now he doesn't play knight d4. So I've had positions like this. And I believe that you can sack a rook on a1 probably in that kind of line. For example, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes f7, check, king f7. You know, check, takes, check. And then I'm not sure about the consequences here. There is this. This is not good. King f2 is not good. So maybe this isn't such a hot variation. But I would think, like, after this, if he tries to take your rook, well, he would have very strong threats. And again, I've been known to be wrong, but 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 attackers in this position, I would say, like, this would be very good. So that's an option, you know, to go for that. Oddly enough, Wade played bishop e3 5 times here and lost most of those games. I mean, this is unnecessarily passive. F takes e5. Rogers Handoko. Bishop takes f3, g takes f3, and then d takes e5, and then f4. And Ian lost this in the game in 1987. Jeez. That was a long time ago. Wow. I mean, White's position looks good, but you have to handle it with care. Yeah, h5 was the best move. And position is equal, according to the engine. So this is kind of a dicey variation with chances for both sides. It looks like most games with knight e2 went pretty solidly. White is a perfect score here. So I guess this is safer. But honestly, my suggestion is completely playable. Maybe black could do something in that case like g6 to set this up. And also try to discourage f5 so he doesn't lose a bishop. For example, f5, pawn takes pawn, h3 type of thing, where the bishop gets trapped. I mean, the white king has to be careful here. So anyway, it's a complicated position. I don't know how much time you have, or else I could look at this for hours. But let's go on. So you play knight f3. He doesn't play knight d4. Black transposes to another variation, which is passive, and now we really just follow. And now it's a different story because your king can hide in the corner. So I think this knight d4 is not as dangerous. It looks like you're safe, man. You're out. Your king is going to h1, and black doesn't really have any threats from there on out. You're not trapped in the center anymore. So probably he should not play knight d4. And after castles, the question becomes like what you should do. And I mean, I don't think it's a simple position. I really wanted black to take on f4 and enable us to take back with gain of time. You can play queen e1. It's like the Grand Prix attack. But on this, rook takes, knight d4, attacks a rook and attacks here. And if this move, black now has knight g4, which would get a little awkward, to say the least. So you probably have to take with the pawn there. And then black, I don't really like black's position, but he can try to get control of the dark squares. But I think the white king is pretty safe in this position because the white squares are really safe. So anyway, you played h3, and this is the simplest move. He takes, and now you have queen f2 or queen d1. Now, as you can see, like some people played knight a5, or some person going after the white square bishop. Might not be a bad idea. You want to control h5. Yeah, so in this position, 5 players play queen d1 and 2 play queen f2. Now c6. There's definitely been some serious rating deflation since 2000. Yeah, c6 makes sense. Now f takes e5. Whenever you do this, you have to consider that you're opening the bishop for the diagonal for his bishop, but your king is going to be safe on h1, or maybe even h2, depending. Hence, preventing d5. A good point. Good point, old chap. Thank you guys for the donations. Oh, we missed our hype train, didn't we? We came this close to a hype train, and nobody gave us a hype train. Damn. Oh, during Caruana's Italian period. Been away for a while. Caruana's Italian period, I played him during his Italian period in 2006. A lot of people think like Caruana was like from Italy or something, but it's not. He's totally born in America. They took him back to Italy with, you can claim like your Italian citizenship by having, relatives who were Italian. They just did it to like get away from the U.S. chess federation. Sorry, U.S. They felt the U.S. chess federation wasn't supporting him. But now he's like married to. He's married to St. Louis Republican billionaire. Interesting how that works out. All right. I told you guys the story. Anyway, of course, that's how you can get Italian citizenship, through your relatives. Anyways, that was a long time ago, 2006. Played him here in Budapest. After c5, knight e2. And this feels like Morales is on guard. Knight e2. He doesn't like the knight on d4, but I mean, you know, this move is... it's complex. This feels like a passive move. But what about this queenside pawns pushing forward? If we get rid of the knight on d4, that probably doesn't hurt our chances. I don't think that knight e2 is a bad move. It's a novelty here. Get strong in Europe back then? Well, yeah, I mean, there wasn't the St. Louis billionaire, you know, hosting everybody at his, you know, private Republican club in St. Louis or whatever. 2006 was a different era, and there weren't as many tournaments and as much stuff going on in the States, so absolutely. But it was kind of a personal grudge against, yeah, anyway, I don't want to get into it because Morales is in a hurry here. So knight e2, bishop c5, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4 check, king h2. And that's what I was saying, like, normally I would put my king on a white square, but if somehow a knight ended up on g3, you know, plus the king is more active here, it supports, like, g3, I don't know. Here, I am better, said Morales. Well, you have the proverbial two bishops. Of course you're better. You have a central pawn, you have a bigger pawn island, central pawn preponderance, and two bishops. Why wouldn't you be better? Everyone in the room knew you were better, except for you. King h2, and now the horrible h6, which black doesn't really want to play, you know. Black doesn't want to play this move, weakening his king side. But he couldn't find another better way to stop bishop g5, so he played h6. It also might have to do with possibly playing knight h7, but, you know, this pressure on f7 is really nasty. I mean, you might even simply do like g4, g5. So yeah, black's in trouble here. I was wondering if he should push, though, you know, on the queen side. And would it be a good idea for black to do that? I mean, probably not. Because if you could play a5, a4, fine. But you play a5, white plays like a4. And I don't know. Yeah, maybe actually like b4. Just try to kind of lock this bishop in. Just try to control the dark squares. But you're going to get pinned there by bishop g5. So he can't do without h6 or moving the knight. Or, actually, Schumacher, what you could do, and it is very passive, would be like pull the bishop back. This is extremely passive, but to do something like that, maybe not such a stupid idea, objectively. If bishop c5, bishop g5, no, bishop e7. But we could play something like attacking the other guy here. But again, white has to be careful because we have tactics. White's not fully developed. Alright, so game was h6, now queen f3 with the subtle threat of bishop takes h6, but I don't know that this is really that serious. And by the way, Morales, like, do you want to play some prophylaxis here? Like c3 at some point? You probably were reluctant to drive his bishop back to potentially defend, but c3, bishop c5, a4, restricting b5 on the queen side, looks like a good plan to me. You know? I'm not sure you should just go attack. You should maybe make some prophylactic moves. This is a good move. This gives you some white squares. Also, there's the diagonal here. You could probably slow down his queenside ideas. If he plays like a6, you play a5. You know, what does black do now? And your bishop's really solid on c4. He can't chase it away. This looks excellent for white. He might have gone back all the way, you know, but then he can't break the pin. You know, then you can play queen f3, whatever you want to do. So I think you should kick this out of d4 first. You waited too long. And now on b5, sorry, and now on b5, a5, you could play c3. And I don't know what would happen if he did like a4. You have to go back. And that's sort of sad. But it's okay. It's okay. Or you play a4. And that's okay too. Which is what happened. Yeah, so he played b4, and that's what I figured. He stays on this, and you should have played c3 when you could have. And now you grab the pawn. But this leads to ops color bishop endgame. And it feels like black has chances to defend, you know, so, well, you should have played c3 before. But the point is, like, are you cashing in too soon with this move? But here it's worse than it looks like for black, because it's not just his king side. He has now this weakness on c6. So after this, by the way, like, that's not forced, but this formerly wasn't hanging, you know. That's a new addition. So Schumacher has weakened his queen side in addition to the king side. It looks pretty bad. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're up a pawn, and we're threatening to win another one. So white played this pretty well. And now grab the pawn. He doesn't grab the pawn. Excuse me? Luigi? Wait, Schumacher to play is down to 29 seconds and played f6, which is a really bad move in general. This is protected 3 times, this is protected, this is protected, this is protected, this is protected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you take this pawn, white is only one pawn up, everything's protected. Rook f6 had to be avoided. The proverbial rook f6 had to be avoided. But did it? I think that's the real question, but did it? I mean, I'm not sure, you know. Alright, let's see. I don't know if it's worth it though, man. I mean, his white squares are gone after f6. He's totally gone. I mean, look at this. What's he going to do? He's going to get mated in a lot of variations. I think I'd rather play bishop takes b2 and let you play rook f6. I'll take my chances with that rather than weaken my white squares further. I understand that it might mean that, like, I lose my a pawn or something like rook a6. Yeah. You can't afford... He can't afford to weaken his white squares in this position. He's already, like, over the edge. Forget about losing the a pawn or whatever will happen. So he just was concerned about that, but this is really bad. Now you played c3, which is a good move. And now take, here. Yeah, I mean, so his bishop doesn't have a stable position. And now you played this, check, g3. And again, his bishop doesn't have a stable position. It can get trapped. Not so easily, though. Yeah, okay, this is a technical position, but 2 pawns up is a win, I'm sure. You need time to play such a position, though, you know. I really have no idea if you should play more slowly or d4. You could play the position quite slowly, I would imagine. Just, this pawn is annoying to defend. And he's going to come on the b file and maybe invade and get some counterplay. This was about the point when I saw the game, I think. Somewhere around here. Yeah, I mean this is a blunder. This has to be a blunder, right? Dropping f6, white's winning. Totally winning. 2 connected pass pawns and another extra pawn. 3 pawns up. Trading pieces, and then up, and now. Obviously we could lose this pawn on d4. Yeah, I mean, it's at this point both sides are in time pressure, and you'd like to keep the 2 connected pass pawns, but it's hard to keep d4 protected, and black gains some counterplay. Yeah, so maybe, I mean, I like having a square for my king on h3. I was thinking maybe h4 would be worth throwing in there, but then he has bishop d2, so I guess this is forced. Check, king h1. I don't think we can get mated. And then I don't know, he should do like bishop e3 probably. Oh, so instead of rook a7, h4, okay. And then check, he just checks you up. But he's in time pressure. And this is a bit awkward. So you have mate after king g4. That's his point with the checks. So you had to give up something, and you gave up that. But you got to keep these good ones, you know, which is nice. The problem being that, like, he has this check, too. You don't want to lose one of your connectors, is the moral of the story. You got to keep your connectors protected. Check, king h5, and now what? It looks like you could advance. You could maybe advance e5 here. I mean, I'm not so worried about his h-pawn. I think the important thing is to play where you want to make sure you keep your pawns and advance your pawns. Don't worry too much about his pawn. His pawn isn't that fast. Meanwhile, you have this pawn, and you have the a pawn, and you have the 2 connectors. So I'm going to guess that, you know, we don't want to give this up. I think you might still be winning there. But this is basically what happened. I don't think you should give up the e4 pawn. Yeah, the computer likes e5. That would be my instinct, you know, not to sacrifice the e4 pawn. These pawns are really powerful. You cannot give up h-pawn. What do you mean? You should give up the h-pawn. You're totally winning here. I mean, it's not that simple, but I think this is a mistake to give up the e-pawn, because it's harder now, and ultimately you didn't win the game. Now you have 3 isolated pawns. I mean, and he can blockade them with controlling the dark square, you know, in front of them. It's hard to do that when the opponent has 2 connected pass pawns. My opinion is that this is a mistake, you know. I would not want to give up my 2 connectors. I let him have the stupid h-pawn. But you're in time pressure, you know. This is unfortunate now. And he did defend really well. But I mean, you know, it's pretty clear what he has to do. Try to blockade. This is still winning, but it's harder winning. You know, you're up 2 separated pawns. And you had no time, and he's playing like instant moves. Attack his h-pawn. a5 looked good. He has a check, and now you went back, but was there any sort of king a3? I guess it's not that great. Here, of course, you're panicking. It's already a draw. Wow. It's already a draw. It was already a draw. Unbelievable. Even though you're up 2 pawns. I mean, it looks like this position, you have to find rook. Wow, rook f7 isn't good enough. But not easy, man. I mean, there's no time left. This is very hard technical position to win. And I thought you played it logically. I wasn't sure if this is a better move. Probably not. Yeah. But this is an interesting position. Here, I guess you should go up. Not easy. And I was concerned you would lose on time. You know, maybe if you had time in a tournament game, you could avoid the exchange of rooks and try to play for a win here. I would imagine black has good chances to reach rook and bishop versus rook, probably. And then it's not a win, but tricky. Anyway, good game. Draw. Opposite color bishops is a dead draw, because it was pointed out during the game that you have the wrong color rook pawn. So you could sack for the d pawn. And it was easy. Okay, easy game. So we got Morales. Thanks, guys. I'm going to grab Schumacher. Everybody deserves a title, you know? Right? I don't mean like chess title. I mean, everybody deserves a title. Slaggy, the wise, you know? Sung Prism, the fast. Bijak or Schumacher, the demanding. Everybody deserves a title, like Lord of the Rings. Schumacher, the demanding. Where's your game? Where's your game, demanding? Demanding, sir. Sire. Sire of demand. Sire of Demandments, Schumacher, recently submitted, only 7 minutes ago. It wasn't there when I looked. Make me look bad. Analysis board. It'd be funny if he submitted the game with Morales. And they both submitted their own draw. Alright, Schumacher the demanding. So we've got Dragulio Velimirovich for Mr. Slow, Geoprism, and then there's a classic game, Butters versus Nefedov. Funny. I never met anyone who was actually named Butters until I saw Nefedov's game score, and his opponent's name was Butters. So it's not just South Park. There are actually people named Butters, which is unbelievable. Butters versus Nefedov. Nedog 666 versus Hank. Yabata sent us an endgame study. Where the heck is... there's Asterbait versus Sam. Sorry, I left him out. And then Schumacher the demanding with his game against me. Alright. The fast. Sung Prism the fast. Drinking Voda. Vodafone. Waterphone. Is Voda water or vodka? Mr. Slow the Elephant Slayer. Yeah, thanks for not submitting your Elephant Gambit. But I found... I'm not going to call it an improvement. I found a maybe like a slight improvement on my Elephant Gambit against Mr. Slow. We're not going to discuss that game in the stream today. Thanks for not submitting that, Mr. Slow. So guys, don't forget to donate, support the stream. Mr. Slow donated $20 today. I've got not only because I got this set up for World Senior Team Championship. By the way, we're registered. My team is registered for the World Team Championship. Leonid Sokolin, board 2 is me, and then Mark Ginsburg and Misha Koganov, who's 2100. So we have like 3 IMs and a 2100 playing in the World Senior Team Championship in Poland in July. It's not the strongest team, but it should be competitive. All right. We've got Budapest Spring Festival coming up. Before that, as a warm-up, May 23rd. I just registered today. Mr. Slow, it's World Senior Team Championship. Yeah. World Senior Team Championship 50 plus. Like for all the national countries can submit teams. We're playing as an independent team. I mean, we're playing under the U.S. flag, but it's not the number one sync field. We're not sync field sanctioned. You're not a real U.S. team unless you're sanctioned by a billionaire. You know what I mean? Team Trump. You've heard of Team Syncfield, Team Trump, Team Biden. Biden has more money than Trump now. All right. Anyway, no politics on the stream. I told you guys. I'm just getting warmed up here. All right. We're moving onward and upward to game 2, which is Velimirovich, submitted by Mr. Slow. I'm going to get some oxygen, guys. Smart air. Ooh. There's an ambulance. There's an ambulance on the corner with flashing lights and no siren. Sometimes ambulances will like bring people home from the hospital. There's an ambulance with flashing lights but no siren. And they're probably like bringing some old person back to their home from the hospital or something. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Slow. The world team 50 plus. Well, there's world team 50 plus, world team 65 plus. It's the same as the world senior, just for teams. Of course, it's a FIDE competition. All right, Arsenal, you submitted a game too. It's so hard for me to get the games from the people who are chat banned, you know? All right. I want to thank you, chat banners. Chat band. The chat band. The band, you know? That's funny. Village of the Band. Schumacher and an Arsenal fan live in the village of the band. That was... Actually, Nedog, you're a film buff. The Village of the Damned was creepy. Ambulance is leaving with a patient, so it wasn't dropping off, I guess picking up, but very quietly. I like those quiet ambulances. Welcome to the Village of the Band. Hey, everybody. Alright, so this is a submission of Dr. Slowhand, the legendary Serbian Grandmaster, or we should say, yeah, Serbian, I guess, but at that time it was Yugoslav, Grandmaster Velimirovich, who again I think passed away in the 2000s, the late 2000s, or early 2010s. I don't remember, we said this already. Sometime in the last 20 years. Last 10, I don't know, last 10 or 15 years. He's playing white against Morovic, who was another famous player, but maybe Morovic more famous, and this is not to be confused with the Chilean Grandmaster Morovic, who's Morovic. This is Marovic. Marovic was more famous for maybe being one of the primary guys behind the chess informants, if I'm not mistaken. Shahovsky Informator and stuff like that. Anyways, Kraken. Always a good choice against an attacking player. Solid. Go solid. D4, D5. And now this is very interesting. Alright, it's 1961-62. Hastings. Hastings falls on New Year. And so the tournaments would be like 61-62. It goes across the year end. So 61-62. But what is interesting for me is that like Mirovic here facing Velimirovic, two Yugoslavs facing off in Hastings. How many Yugoslavs can you get in one Hastings? And they're playing each other. But what I was going to say is, yeah, interesting Dragon or Dragolyubov or whatever. Funny name. Wonder where that comes from. But Dragomoretsky, like, it's some kind of, I don't know, where it comes from. But more importantly, what I want to say is, in those days, in the 60s, the advanced variation wasn't fashionable. In fact, it was considered to be a sideline. The main line was the main line, and that was the most common. And then, I know this because I have a lot of old Kraken books. The mainline Kraken was the main thing. And then there was the Panov, which was like probably the second most common. And so the advanced variation would be like somewhere like third in terms of, I think, theoretical popularity or whatever. There were games. Capablanca faced it. Not to say it's like some new idea, but I'm just saying it wasn't as studied. Like today, it's the main line. And it was nowhere near as the main line back in that time. But it's an interesting choice for an attacking player like Velimirovic. I think because, of his attacular, that's a new word, spectacular, attacular. The attacular attacking is, move 11, are you still here? Good arse knight. Spectacular attacking games. I'm thinking it's an interesting choice for a player who was very good with tactics and open games. He played the freaking Danish Gambit, so there was Tal. No, Tal was another one. Tal famously played this line. So the name is named for him, right? The name is named for him. The name is named for Tal. No, this is called the Tal variation. Right. There was also G4, which is like not as, this was always considered kind of dubious. I'm thinking that Tal might have played G4 as well. But anyway, it's interesting. Tal experimented with this stuff, and maybe it's not a coincidence that Velimirovic followed his lead. Maybe Tal was the influence. Just a question, The Serbians were very attuned to Russian players, probably, being close to them and culturally, and running the informants and chess informant and whatever, which was starting in that time. H4, H6, in the 70s at least, anyway. So yeah, okay, in that time they didn't know that H5 was the best. I have no idea when the first, H6 games and H5 games were played. And to be honest, I played once Queen B6, I think, against somebody. But, so black isn't forced to move the H pawn. But this, I guess, was the thinking at the time. Whenever 1961, 62, everybody plays H6. I open the window, immediately there's like a huge gaggle of loud women outside. I love my new apartment. That's going to be my old apartment, hopefully by May. G4, and now this is a theoretical position. It sounds like it's like 20 people. Unbelievable. And the funny thing is there's nothing on my block or my street. There's no restaurants or clubs or bars. On the corner of my street, there used to be a bar, like until like before COVID. It was kind of a famous. It was called Oasis, the Oasis pub. It was like a cheap dive. But Oasis is gone because the neighborhood became, all filled with hairstyle salons and stuff like that. Anyway, they're on their way to another hotspot. No, the question is bishop e4, bishop h7, or bishop d7. And, it's a tough one, boys and girls. Antonio, you're still here. I thought you were in a hurry. I looked at all of these moves, and I always played bishop d7. But, the safer line is considered to be h5, not h6. There was a game in the tournament I just played 2 weeks ago. Tomic versus the kid who won the tournament. Kid who won the tournament made a GM Norm 2600 performance. Hungarian kid. I can't remember his name now. He played white against Tomic, who was streaming today. Tomic did some line where he does like bishop d7, and then he like plays like queen c8. And I remember thinking, like, I've looked at this kind of line, and there's something strangely artificial about queen c8. I think the queen is actually better off not leaving. Maybe queen c7. But I mean, the idea would be to put pressure on the g4 pawn. I don't know. I had a guy cheat against me with an engine here once who played h5. I remember that. It was just like h5, f4, rook h3. It was like a 1500 and just rolled me off the board. And I was like, okay. I resigned on like move 11. I was like, whatever, dude. I know you're using a computer. you're like 1300, like destroying me with this like perfect Shirov moves. Yeah, h5. Anyways, all right. Black played bishop h7. The problem here is e6. So, this line is known. I'm trying to check now the database. The big question really is like, should you interpose bishop e4 or not? This game where Ding lost, Ding lost to Bashir. For some reason, I always forget it's Bashir Ding, not Ding Bashir. But it was a nightmare. Yeah, you tell him, Asterbait. That's no place to put the PGN on my stream, man. Is this the guy that was bothering you, Asterbait, last time? Is he picking on you last time? So, and you waited until the last minute. Alright, g4, bishop h7, e6. Sacrificing a pawn. But the important thing is getting this square and opening up black's king. Can I get rid of these green circles? Okay. So, I don't know. If you go here, you induce either f3 or rook h3. But, That would give black time to play e6. Black's okay there. So f3 is critical, and then bishop goes back. And the question would be like, is f3 a good thing or a bad thing for white? It weakens the g3 square slightly. Nedog, it's earlier for Nedog, and he has more patience than me at this hour of day, I would assume. The Vachier Ding game is a nightmare. Like, but here's a more recent game where black actually won. Probably played on online COVID tournament or something. Matlikov versus the great 2700 Samuel Sevian. How is Samuel Sevian 2700? Is anybody not 2700? What's the deal with that, man? How do these people get so many rating points? Like, where do they get them from? Samuel Sevian is okay, but nothing great. Alright, e6, f takes e6, and then bishop e3. Already black is in critical condition. I mean, maybe this was a new idea at the time, but basically Mirovic was playing like Zakhar Favinov. Mubat's down again. Okay, that's my fault, Mr. Coffee. Can you give me the link to fix Mubat? That's totally on me. I had to change my Twitch password, and I think it reset everything I was like signed into. So I know why that's not working. Give me the link again for Mubat. Alright, so Mirovic totally messed up here. And you don't have to play pawn takes pawn. This is very important. It would be too much for the guy to send it to me, right? He's like arguing with you. I don't know, this guy. Maybe how did he get like gift subbed or something? What's up with Mr. Ginger? Is he a gift sub? He's being really annoying again. All you have to do is send me the game on lichess, not on Twitch, not make me like copy and paste it. Send it to me, and anyway you're too late, so save it for next week. It's not that difficult, dude. Don't argue with Nedog about it. Why are you so problematic, man? Okay, queen d6. There. Mubat. Again, Nedog is more patient than me. Not always. My login is invalid. Please log in again. Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to do. Alright, we're good. Mubat is back. Don't argue with Nedog. I'm just timing him out. Nedog told you what to do. It was still too much trouble. Alright, anyway, you're distracting me. So, queen d6 is the Ding the Ren game. No. So on queen d6, pawn takes pawn, check. There's a problem here. Move 11 and I looked at this. And the problem is f4, preventing e5. But there might be another problem. No move 11. So we have not had that conversation just last week. Dude, you're such a clickbait junkie, Nedog. I can't believe I made you a moderator. Dude, you could lure Nedog in with any old like. Dude, I've seen it. I've seen like the ads for that like 100 times. It just feels very clickbaity. I'm not getting sucked into that that Alien Romulus trailer, man. Man, they came up with this trailer really fast. I don't know, man. It's too promoted already. You know? I've never seen a trailer that was so promoted. Anyway, was there another move? F4. And Karpov? We don't talk about Karpov here. Karpov is cancelled. As in Muzichuk versus Sutovsky. Muzi. Is G5 a move, though? Oh, wait. It wasn't G5. It was something else. Maybe Knight F3. Okay, so you see here Simichek versus Chernyshov. Knight D7. G5. That's weird. That's not what I was looking for. Maybe move 11, the problem is I'm thinking of the line with... That's what I have to live with outside. It's unbelievable. And it's a relatively smallish street. Yeah, I must be thinking of F3. It's so easy to get these variations confused with F3 and not F3. So if I have F3 here, F4 would transpose. It wouldn't matter. I would have gotten F3 for free. If it's free, you know me. I would have gotten F3 for free and F4 would just be a transposition. But is there another move? Knight F3 is the only other way to like concretely stop E5. And G5, let's see. Well, G5 is good. Uh-oh. G5 is plus 1.5. Oh, now it's dropping. It's dropping. And Chernyshov's line, and it's funny because I don't remember Chernyshov even playing the Kraken. But Knight D7 isn't that convincing. Okay. But it is the number one move of the engine until you force it to depth 17, 18. Now it's coming up with Bishop H3, totally new ideas. It's still coming up with G5 as like number one move here. Anyway, I just want to delve into this a little bit. It's not the game. I mean, the game is very standard. It's like E6. We know this now. This was played in 1961-62. Okay, Queen D6 is the only serious alternative. He takes, well, he plays Bishop D3 now, and Alexander Ivanov knew that when he played Favinov. Favinov got massacred. And now Black played that, but most people took. Amazing that Black drew a bunch of games here. Even won some games, but it was like a 2200. Yeah, I mean old games were 2200s were Black. So takes is not the game. Black played Knight F6. Obviously we take on H7. This square is locked down. But the big point is that F8 bishop is going, you're going nowhere. You're going nowhere. And by, you know, then if you're Mexican, you're not allowed to eat at Taco Bell. It would be like a sin or something. It would be sinful for a real Mexican to eat at Taco Bell. Come on, bro. That's like ridiculous. It's like, I don't know, that's like a real Italian eating at like a cheap, It's like a real Italian eating at like Olive Garden or something, you know. But seriously, Nadal, you need to stay on the subject. Knight f3, and so here we see the idea of maybe sacrificing a pawn, and white doesn't care. So let's just ask ourselves, what happens if he takes this pawn? There's no way to win a piece or anything that I can think of directly. It's just probably mate. Or close to it. So let's say queen d3, hitting the rook. Now you have to play knight f6, the only move that doesn't lose any pieces. And then knight e5, threatening mate. You'd have to move the queen. Well, it doesn't look good. Anyway, we've got to move along. Now you're distracting viewers with this random talk about Taco Bell. Is that acerbate or your fault? How did you guys start that? Knight on bd7, protecting e5. And now takes. I expected white would make that capture on the previous move. Takes, rook takes. You could obviously take with a knight. The problem being that white has g5. Refried beings. Being chilling. What do you call cooked aliens? Barbecued aliens, refried beings. What's the alien's favorite food? Refried beings. Hey, Panda. What about the e4 square? Oh, I see. Yeah, so this is getting ugly. And now, we have a problem. And so if knight d2, knight takes d2. So it's knight c3, that's the move. And that effectively takes down e4. Now does black have queen a5? He has queen a5, potentially. Queen a5 would also allow black to castle, which might not be a bad idea at some point. Anyone have any objectives here? Does anyone have any objections? Maybe knight d2? I guess you have to. This doesn't look good, man. This doesn't look good for black. Yeah, I mean, g6 is gone. e4 is gone. Black's bishop is non-existent. This looks really strong. Queen a5 doesn't matter. Doesn't help. He plays this, and then e5 goes. And now knight e5, and now you're talking about f3 is possible in addition. And that's what happened. Queen b6 is nice, but it doesn't do anything because these points are protected. Positionally is over, according to Mr. Slow, but we're not winning anything yet. What would Kurt Richter do? there was a game against Favinov that my friend Alex Ivanov played, and I was probably like playing in some tournament in the 90s when he played that. That guy was solid, and he was hard to beat, you know, so Ivanov just like wasted him in this line. But I guarantee that Ivanov knew, you know, he knew this game. He probably had studied it years ago. Or some similar game by like Tal or whoever. I mean, this has probably been done a couple of times. But the interesting thing is that it doesn't look like there's a killer blow. You know what I mean? Like, you think, okay, I have a huge positional advantage. Where's the killer move? You know, you don't have g5 because you're pinned on the h-file. Rook g1. Threatening g5. Maybe we don't like this diagonal. Plus, it's slow. You know, so it's like... And by the way, if black could somehow limp into an endgame, I mean, maybe with queen a6... there'd be some chances of survival. But he plays a4. But I mean, the beautiful thing about it is, like, White's not caring about material. He's down a pawn. He doesn't care. It's like a doubled pawn. Black's bishop can't move. The rook is stuck. I told you guys, like, I had this idea to create a... Ideally, like, you'd create like an app or something that would like be a better way of evaluating positions. Essentially, teaching people how to evaluate positions. What I want is like a chess position health meter, you know. And if you had such a thing, a so-called, you know, health of the position meter, this would be a perfect example for, like, you know, black's position has cancer. You know, it's just black's position has like 4 moves to live, and it's incurable, and there's no way that black can get out of it. Almost no way, without white, you know, directly like trying to mess it up on purpose. But it's also related to coordination, piece mobility, king safety. Look how much mobility the white pieces have compared to their counterparts. This bishop is good. Now the rook enters the game via a1. This is what I'm trying to say. a4 may look like an abstract move in some sense on a traditional level. Like, hey, why are you playing a4? I thought you were going to castle there. Where are you going to castle? Chess Piece has something like that. Jesus. Elizabeth Warren has a plan for that. But, Chess Base. What is Chess Base, man? I think I remember something called Chess Base. Castles. And then, I'm just waiting for a reasonable thing to exist that isn't Chess Base. Castles a5. And then queen c7. Now we're threatening knight a4. Well, actually, we're not threatening it yet. We're almost ready to do knight a4, knight c5 when it would really be over. He does it anyway. Oh, no. So that's the facepalm moment. That's the facepalm moment. That's when you realize your opponent has quad whatever. You know, you thought he was bluffing, but you're like, oh fuck, he has 4 of a kind. It just never occurred to me that he could have 4 of a kind. You only looked so far, but not far enough. Like, you saw queen a5 check, and you said, okay, bishop d2 is not that bad, I can go back. But then you didn't analyze b4. Is it b4? But isn't there a problem here? I mean, maybe it is bishop d2. Because b4, queen takes check, bishop d2, queen b5. I want there to be a mate, I really do. I want there to be like a mate, but there's no mate because he can go to c7. We need a check. You guys know how much I love Chess Base. I bought their product like 4 times. E6 is unprotectable, so no need. So it's basically a second pawn sack. But what about b5? So he just doesn't care. He's sacking a second pawn in this line here, and if queen c7, you just go knight c5, and you can't. Mr. Slow's pointing out like you can't guard against knight takes c6. But my bigger question isn't that as much as what about a queen trade? Is a queen trade a problem? So Mr. Slow's answer would be like it doesn't matter. Why is this e6 so deadly? Necessarily because we may be winning a bishop or something. Let's say just for argument's sake we go here, you trade queens, I take with the pawn, I'm threatening this, play like whatever, I go knight to c6, you play rook e8, and so in such situation we have knight g6, and it looks like it's over. A bishop's falling, but black has knight d7. I mean, just bear with me for a second, but take this position for example. I mean, it looks terrible, but is it 100% over? Is it easy to finish black off? Well, I mean, the question would be like, if you had enough time, probably no question. 3.2 according to the engine. But I think, I don't know if there's any other option. I mean, anything else looks ridiculous. So he played knight c4. Okay, I'm a Czech. I'm a Croatian. Okay. Croatian arbiter. Okay. Knight c4. What's left he can move. So this is a bit more of an active try. Trying to dispute this knight on e5. And like basically black is hoping white will give up the knight on e5 and give him some counterplay here, or just get him the hell, you know, out of a completely hopeless situation. So he just doesn't do that and plays bishop f4, keeping control of e5. I mean, it's very Nimzovichian, right? Velimirovich's play in this game is based on Nimzovichian principles. g5, desperate attempt. So if we take on g5, he can defend with the knight and then pick off our bishop on f4. This is a cool move. You know, you submitted games by Mr. Slow. You submitted games by Kurt Richter before this, and so I think you found a kind of, let's say, kindred spirit between these two. That you see that Velimirovich's play is not only about attack but also style. He has a very strong sense of aesthetic style with this move bishop h2, check, and now king e2, beautiful square for the king where nothing can touch it, and white certainly doesn't care about giving up further material, pawn, 2 pawns, even allowing a trade of queens potentially. Now knight c5 and rook takes a7 is crushing, so a6 and now knight takes c6, and this is basically Mr. Slow's point. You have to play rook e8, and you know he didn't want to put his bishop on g3 because it could be molested by pawn takes h4, a move we couldn't ignore. On h2 it gets in the way of the rook, so it's not like you can just take on g5. He has to find a different move, and he plays this. And so now black trades pieces, And now we trade queens. And now I would assume black would take with a c pawn, not to open the a file. So it takes. And it feels like, well, black's almost hanging on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Black is still up a pawn. He's traded a bunch of pieces. He's still alive. And if bishop takes e5, which is strong positionally, it looks like maybe he's not winning. But where does this come from? Pawn takes. Perhaps unexpected. White's been like maintaining the outpost with the pieces the whole game, so you may not at first glance expect pawn takes e5. But this is basically a critical moment. You know, black perhaps underestimated this. I would expect the knight to move, but he instead played for a trick, which I do not fully understand. I mean, doesn't he have to move his knight d7 or something? Is this is bad, obviously. But it's still the only option. I mean, you have two options. You can play this, or you can play this. And that's it, man. Those are your options. They're not great, but you can try to survive. I mean, I think moves like c4 are basically... I mean, look at the... Where's our Slaggy square here? Oh no, king counts. Alright, so he technically has that much space. But like, look at these pieces in a box here. So if you look at the black pieces... Okay, d5 is hanging. But my point is, like, c4 is going to tear him apart. Imagine like a position like this. For example, maybe pawn takes pawn, rook d1, and c3, b4, with the idea of rook c1. How would black... How would black even, you know, move anything? Like Mr. Slow said, you can't move anything. I'm going to just kill you. Because everything's sealed off over here. This whole corner of the board is essentially completely sealed off. I think it would be the easiest way to win. So d takes c5, he tries this, but I mean, the thing is I can just take on f8. The trick is this, obviously, but it doesn't matter because I just take on f8. So that was an oasis. Mirage. Oasis is real. Mirages are not. Mirages can look like oases, but then you get there and they're not there. I've seen enough episodes of Gilligan's Island to know what I'm talking about. E takes a6, rook takes a6, bishop e5, and then rook c6. And now here. And then it's just a mop-up operation. It's an interesting moment now. White doesn't take the pawn, and this is probably accurate, because if you take the pawn, black has this annoying move here, and now after this you would have rook takes f4. Oops. That would be one mistake too many. And so he can't rush to grab that pawn. f4. And now it's over. I think that black is out of tricks now. His last move was king d3. I suppose, you know, he wants to ensure that maybe one of these pawn sacks doesn't come through. That's why he's patient, doesn't take this pawn right away, because why should he? He doesn't have to. This consolidates position better. King d3, preventing any sort of counterplay with these moves. Black plays it anyway, but it just doesn't do anything. It takes and black resign. Okay, great game. Great game. You know, it's a well-known theme among the Kraken aficionados, or cognoscenti. But there's only one option now, Uber driver. Because Marianne is deceased. I wouldn't expect you to keep up with such things. Alright. Uber driver still living in the 70s. Where's, what am I doing, actually? That's really weird. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright. Geo Prism. Thanks, Mr. Slow, for a cool game and supporting the stream with a donation today. We're at $186.66. For those of you that don't know, Marianne is deceased, so if your choice is Ginger or Marianne, you're stuck with Ginger because she's the last remaining cast member of Gilligan's Island. Last I checked. Okay, this is GeoGuessr. Geo. No, this is Prismatic Spectre. What's your name again? Sung Prism. Whatever that is. So, the exciting Magnus Carlsen variation. We should change the name of this to the Carlsen. I mean, this doesn't have... It's called Moscow variation, that's right. Moscow variation. Knight to d7, the most aggressive move. And now, Sung Prism played c3. But there are three moves here. d4, castles, and c3, and other moves are merely transpositional in nature or irrelevant. I mean, in the old days, before Uber Driver was born, d4 was, I think, most common. There can't be anything wrong with castles, can there? I guess if castle's a6. Castle's a6. And then we're in Magnus Carlsenville with this newer idea of bishop d3. In the old days, again, like everyone would always give up their bishop on d7. But in honor of the late, maybe not great, Danny Kopech, he had his points, but he could be annoying too. Bishop d3 is kind of probably the engine's suggestion, ultimately. Keeping that bishop, although on a really ugly square temporarily. Magnus has put a lot of miles into these types of lines. But you've got to know what you're doing. You know, it's not really intuitive, I don't think. In any case, I mean, c3 is a very natural move. And here, I mean, you got to realize when you play c3, you're playing for the ideal pawn center. But you've got to understand that any ideas of outstripping black in development and going for the old school style of like giving up the bishop for the knight and playing to like, again, outstrip black in development are not the point with c3. First of all, we're aiming for a strong center, but secondly, we're weakening our white square, so we can't give up the bishop. You need a really good reason to give up that bishop. Now, just keep that in mind. Black plays a6. Now, two possibilities, maybe three. I mean, bishop d7, I'm telling you, it's hollow. You know, I think that it's a move that you could play, but it doesn't make sense to me to play c3 and then play bishop takes d7 check. Why weaken your white squares and then play bishop takes d7 check? So this bishop a4 is the main move. And you can play bishop d3 instead. But you might ask yourself, I mean, you could play bishop e2 if you wanted to, but that would just be like an inferior bishop e2 c3 variation. Bishop a4 induces b5. Bishop d3 is more passive. So you played bishop d3. The point would be like, okay, why are you not playing bishop a4? Because you don't want to give black b5 with tempo. But the question is b5 necessarily good for black? And I speak from, so why a4 exactly? To rook b5. Well, I speak from experience, and Mr. Slow, you have experience playing this too, probably with white. Looks scary. You know, the thing is, in my experience, I've gotten wasted like 8 million times when I play b5 early in the Roslimo/Moscow variations, because ultimately black's king is in the middle of the board. We're playing it like a Roy Lopez, but we have no kingside development at all. And usually what ends up happening is like our b5 like extended fianchetto ends up like collapsing a lot of times. So I've had games where I tried to play it like a Lopez. I don't know, the bishop comes back, but then a4 is coming like very soon. Usually a4 early. White can play like queen e2, put more pressure on b5, and even a4, knight a3, queen e2, b3. You know, so all these moves that can undermine the a6 b5. That's the idea, I think. You know, I'm not thinking that b5 is always like a great thing for black. You know, it feels like it's, oh, okay, I'm gaining a tempo. You've got to realize that these pawns are creating weaknesses too in black's position. So it's not a one-way street. You know, black's king is in the middle of the board, and he's like weakened his queenside with b5. You know, so I would say like if you prefer to put your bishop on d3, then probably you shouldn't play c3 right away. You should castle, and then play the Carlsen thing with a6 and bishop d3. And in these lines, you know, you're not necessarily always playing c3. Aren't there some situations where you would do like c4 or something? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, Sun Prism. c4, which is not c3. You know what I mean? So this is tricky, you know, very subtle. Now you're glad you didn't play c3 because it would be a waste of time. That's kind of, this is all pretty new stuff. You know, I don't think that 20 years ago or 30 years ago people played the white side of the Moscow variation like this with bishop d3. It's a pretty new concept. But I guess the argument would be it's okay, but it's not as aggressive as bishop a4. Okay, it's still okay. You're coming back here, you know, and you're not playing c4 in response to b5. So knight f6, bishop c2, or castles. Castles b5. So you don't have c4 in this case. You're basically playing the Kopeck Sicilian, aren't you? When you get down to it, you're basically playing the Danny Kopeck system with, like you played, it's almost like you played bishop d3 on move 4. And in this case you induced b5 as well, which may not be a bad thing. Rook e1, bb7. Now, in this type of position, we would like to, in some cases, go to f1, but e4 must be protected. So bishop c2, and now I mean, I'm out of my theoretical knowledge area here, as I wouldn't play this position with either color. All I have to go on are like a few Magnus Carlsen games I've seen here and there. But I know from my experience, I hate playing c4, I hate playing e5, and usually have to do one of the above, because if you just let white play d4 with nothing to back it up, okay, rook c8 maybe, here's Nakamura Grishuk, but ultimately you have to defend, and you have to develop your king side. So what about like g6 or something? Ali Farhat against Jeff Zhang. It's always possible to do g6. Let's see. d4, cd4, and that move is not obligatory. C4, C4, and Zhang just did bishop G7, and we transposed to something. But interestingly, maybe black's position is so bad. I mean, it's a little scary that you might get blasted by E5. This is what happened. Wow, black has 3.5 out of 4 in this position. Wow, we're not afraid of E6. Damn, dude. That's crazy. And so black literally has scored 3.5 out of 4 at master level here in this position, which looks kind of outrageous, actually. Black's king is still in the center. I like his bishops, right? That's a great bishop. That's a great bishop. But does black really? I don't know. Would Velimirovich lose this position with white? First off, 2 of the players aren't that high rated. Secondly, one of the other 2 are 2,400. I mean, white's rating is... Yeah, it looks like a hippo. So just humor me for a second, guys. Depth 19, depth 20. After f takes e6, knight g5. Check the evaluation here. Stockfish, knight c5. Even knight h7. That is disturbing. By the way, this move is not forced. Queen d6. Bishop takes g6, check. King d7, not your typical hippo. Wow. Memorized a lot of moves lately. I don't know, I mean, it looks like knight takes h7, it couldn't backfire. It even makes you wonder if knight g5 is even the best move, but apparently it's forced. This is forced, but white could play queen g4. No, objectively this is probably better. Rather than cashing in and giving black like open lines against your king, it looks like white should just keep the pressure on. Not because knight takes h7, like, it looks good, but it backfires. White scored a half point out of 4 in that position. He's down a doubled, isolated pawn. Who cares? White's king is safer than black's. You may give that up by cashing in on knight takes h7. It looks like this is better. Anyway, the proper way for white to play against g6. Alright, so e5, yeah. But watch the Uber driver said e5. Dragaliva wouldn't play bishop b5, check. Look at this. I hate e5. I try to avoid it. If I wanted to play e4, e5, I would play the Spanish with black. I would play e4, e5. I'm playing the Sicilian. Who wants to play that? I would normally play e6. The problem is, like, what do you do after d4? So let's see. Bashir, black against Hui Fan. Bishop e7. Didn't play it. Shanklin has a game. Oh no, he did. Okay, so bishop e7. This is interesting. You don't play pawn takes pawn. Because pawn takes pawn helps white, maybe, more. It gives him a good square on c3 for his knight and opens the c-file. Maybe that doesn't do anything. Anyway, interesting stuff. So I don't know. Uber Driver recommends e5, but e5 has the worst, highest winning percentage for white. Also the highest winning percentage for black. So while e5 looks solid, it looks like there's a lot of decisive games after this move. But my argument would be, like, is this a good Rulipez or not? That's the question. You know, you're not playing the Sicilian anymore. The Sicilian has left the building. Now it's a kind of Spanish. And the question is, like, how good is the Spanish for black? There's a problem. What's the problem? Anybody? I mean, in the Spanish, oftentimes our pawn starts out on c7, right? Yeah, so if bishop e7, this deserves consideration, but apparently c4 is okay. So some players have gone to the extreme of playing pawn takes pawn. I mean, d5 could be strong for white, my point, at some point. Because there's no counterplay. There's no breaking up the center with c6. You gotta hope you can play f5 later on, or something, or sack a piece on the pawn chain. So alright, we got, this is Sung Prism's game now, h6. h6 is not a quick moving scheme. Alert, intruder, alert, f5, sector f5, intruder detected, security to deck f5. So you're telling me this guy is just going to let your knight waltz into f5? Like there's nothing... There's no problem with that. Like, you have to play g6 here. And I understand his reservations. But maybe he can do, you know, guerrilla king walk through the vines or whatever there. Like, Uber Driver would swing through the vines like Tarzan with king f8, king g7. And, you know, okay, it's complicated. It's a Spanish. But I don't let you into f5. Alright, the damage is done. Now, black has to, like, critical, alert, king side sector, danger. So I think, you know, we're going to hope that he can play rook e8, which is what he did. He's got to hope that he can play bishop f8 and hang on. And so at this point, white could cash out. You could cash out with knight takes c7 and argue that you're better. But yeah, it doesn't feel right, you know. The knight is strong on f5. Even if he plays bishop f8, he still can't play g6. He needs several moves to even consider playing g6. Bishop f8, king h7, then he puts his king on this diagonal. But, you know, it still doesn't tell us what we should do. So, I don't know. I mean, when he plays bishop f8, it's going to be 1, 2, 3 attackers on e4. So you want to be prepared for that. That's why you play d5. The downside of this is that you close the position. I mean, that can be a good thing too. Black has c4. Which is standard, you know, standard approach. Try to get the c5. And you went here. Now that is quite an interesting move. That's like, hi, I'm interested in sacrificing a piece on g7 or h6. it would take a strong player to maybe see the threats. I mean, the normal thing to do would be like h3, knight h2. This is a funny move because your knight doesn't have any available squares. But also his queen is poorly placed because the queen is on d8, it eyes that knight on h4. So maybe that's the kind of move that black has to consider. But I think these sacrifices are in the air, you know, already. This move is basically, I guess, poised at trying to play bishop c8. But the knight is really not great, and it would be better on c5. So if he had time, he could play queen d8, try to defend, or c4, knight c5, and bishop c8, which would probably be better. But I don't know how much time he has. Another possibility for black is to play king h7. As crazy as that seems, it might be appropriate here. Now, I don't know what Dragoljubov would do. Dragoljubov. But I'm going to assume that Master Demanding, you know, Schumacher the Demanding would probably, you know, start thinking about f4. Because of this. Well, I mean, the point is like g4, yeah, of course, you can sack a knight too. I want to play g6. There's a very well-known idea of sacrificing knights on f5 in the Spanish. You know, so in this type of position, I'm going to assume that white has good play. Very hard for black to transfer defenders over the way things are set up here, right? So he plays knight b6. Idea bishop c8, and then here, and now you're just concretely threatening knight takes h6 check, king h7, and then only problem with queen f3 is that you interfere with your own f pawn, which right about now would be a pretty useful thing. Oh, you missed knight takes h6. You serious? You missed this, or you saw it and you rejected it? Well, one thing is like he can't do this because it's check. There's no counter sacrifice. If he takes it, you take here. You have a zillion checks. So you're just winning. So you just missed. Yeah, you just missed knight takes h6. This simply wins. And then you played queen g3. It's like, I don't want to win. I want to torture you. The queen g3, oddly, doesn't really threaten anything. Though it allows for f4, he has knight h5. So he executes g6. I mean, dude, when you get this position and the guy plays king h7, I mean, obviously he's threatening g6. Why would he put his king on h7? The only reason to do so is to play knight g8 and or g6. One or the other or both. You know, they're kind of related. Knight g8, if necessary, and g6. Probably he has to play knight g8 first in order to play g6. He can't play. I mean, okay, he has g5 actually. But I mean, this has to be suicidal. Besides the fact that you could probably move your queen, no, there's no way, man. This is just over. You're totally winning here. It has to be winning. So g6 is his only idea. He plays g6, and then you did this, which is really, really, I don't know. You weren't anticipating. I would be anticipating bishop c8. But most interesting would be some sort of sacrifices, you know. It feels like you're really close to some kind of sacrifice actually working. But I guess, maybe you have this check, takes, check, king g7, check. But you're down a piece, down 2 pieces. It's not quite working out. You misplayed your queen, I think. Now bishop c8. Yeah, so now you're obligated to sacrifice a piece. But that's not the end of the world. Alright guys, I gotta move along a little faster. We're going too slow. I'm enjoying this too much. Alright, we've got about 2 hours max. Hour and a half. Bishop c8. What have I been streaming here? 2 hours. Okay, so we got an hour and a half. g4. Even g4 isn't objectively forced. What I don't like is like losing the d5 pawn. If he takes an f5, we have to take back with the pawn. I don't really want to lose anything else, so g4 is solid. And he takes, and then you take, and I expected you to take with the pawn because you have a crushing space advantage here on the king side. I get it that maybe you thought your knight was not that well placed or something. But I mean, truthfully, it can maneuver. You can play knight f1. I'm sorry, knight g2, knight f3. You could reposition it to here. I think you should take back with the g pawn. And most importantly, open the g file. And I think that your center is so crushing that you have full compensation for the sacrifice piece. See what the computer says. Yeah, basically, it's equal. The engine agrees black is equal with best play. Plus 0.3. Which is essentially equal. But what is it like here? It likes your move better. Wow. It's interesting. I was reluctant to trade pieces. So I would have played pawn takes f5, thinking that like by playing knight takes f5 you allow him to trade his pieces off. Trade your pieces off, one of your pieces off. But you're basing it on this kind of temporary threats. G5 and the diagonal. So I wonder if black has any alternative. I mean, after knight takes f5, knight g8, it's possible. It's hard to say that the white is winning. Equal, according to the engine. So this may have been a gut, what do you call it, like a knee-jerk reaction by black. It's a knee-jerk reaction, but it brings your bishop into the game. Maybe a mistake. Now you have like some scary Sicilian-ish threats. So black probably has to play very accurately now. This is a consideration to try to block your bishop. Again, knight g8, g5, and the situation is pretty unpleasant for black, but even hypothetically, like here, I'm not sure that black is lost. I mean, he is up a piece. It looks defensible for black. So it's an interesting game. He took on d5. I mean, this is extremely greedy is the word. I mean, this may be more than greedy. It may be a serious mistake. Wow, now you took on h6. I expected g5. And you have ideas based on bishop e4, and you can use this diagonal, the white square diagonal. I mean, don't you have queen d3 as well? But I mean, just hypothetically, if he were to play this, you know, I was thinking about this, but don't you have queen d3? Maybe it's not enough. Because I think this is like double threat. f6 with mate and the knight on d5. Yeah, okay, he can give a piece back, move 11. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, maybe black can hang on, for example. Now it's just a question of compensation. White's down a pawn. But I mean, it's possible that that's the mistake by me. After g5, he shouldn't, you know, probably he shouldn't be moved because of f6 check is stronger. Okay, this is all bullshit. What I just said. He can't move his knight because you have f6 and you clear the diagonal. All right, so he has just had to sack the knight where it stands. Just not move. If g5, he leaves the knight there. Kind of like what move 11 is suggesting. That's his best chance. I would rather be white, but you sacked another piece, and the problem with this is that, like, you know, you don't really want to trade stuff, but maybe it's okay. Maybe your attack is fast enough here. Just enough. Takes, g5. What about rook h8? As if black has a lot of options. Queen takes h6 check, loses a queen after rook h8. So I think this is definitely promising defense for black. He's winning. Yeah. I mean, the problem with taking on h6 is that you mobilize his pieces for him. After bishop takes, now his rooks are connected. It would be a good sacrifice otherwise. You know, in the game, he didn't defend optimally. Now you have f6 check, and that's the key. That's decisive. The white squares were decisive. So he had to stop f6 at all costs. Anything but f6. And so how now, brown cow? Well, he can't move his knight, period, end of story. Therefore, by process of elimination, this is mate in 1. This is winning. And is there any other possibility for black? Not so much. Maybe he could play something like queen e7, and then after queen h6 check, king g8. You know, hope to like recapture on f6 and survive. But I would wager that you're still maybe better here. So he basically had to find rook h8, and it was too much for him to conceptualize that, and this is game over. The white square bishop is decisive. The white square bishop looks decisive, but he has rook g8 check. Oh man, he's still hanging on. So it wasn't so simple. Yeah, he's still winning. Wow. I feel like you missed something. Here. here. He's cut off. So what if you just like build up? Are you winning here? You played queen f5. Can't you build up somehow? You must have some moves. I mean, bishop e4 allows knight f4. Knight f4 is a problem. Damn. And I was looking at this. Mama gonna knock you out like Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. They're gonna be cleaning Jake Paul off the floor when Mama's done with him. Rook e4, knight f4, rook e4, rook f4, pawn takes, queen f5, knight f6, queen f6 check. We're down a rook, but that's okay. Bishop g7, check. We lost. This is a curious position. I still feel like you should have something here. Wow, it's a draw. It's a draw. Here, queen f5, takes, check. Here. You're still hanging on. So this position you have to find a perfect move. Bishop e4 or queen f3. That was the key. And in time pressure you played a mistake. And then the game just came down to bullet chess. And you were actually lost. But he blundered a mate on g8. Oh man. Alright. Anyway, that was a fast game. We're on to Butters. Well, we'll go and do Nefedov last. Asterbait, Nedog, Yabata Game Study. What is that? Sparkle Horse Schumacher. Oh, Schumacher's last. Alright. Butters, we'll wait on that until Nefedov's here. We'll do Asterbait quickly. This is going to be a good one. Let me just take like a 2-minute break, guys. I'll be right back in a jiffy. Okay, we're back. Hey everybody. Hey everybody. Panda. Alright guys, girls, people. Right, so Astrobate versus Sam. Sam, son of Sam. Astrobate down to 1623 against 1713, playing the white pieces. What's up? Who's that? Nedog. Oh, Nefedov is here. Alright. Nefedov is here in the house. We'll do Nefedov next. Let's do this entertaining toilet gate break. It's a wine break. No, I had to get some French fries. I was starving. French fry break. I eat nutritiously. No brown beer, just a little bit of a couple glasses of red wine tonight. Alright, Nefedov, you're next against Butters. Nefedov played Butters from South Park. So we've got Astrobate now, playing white, d5, knight f3, d5, b3, and then knight c6, which is very common at the online, let's call it the online level. Very common. In fact, I played this once against Astrobate. I think it went like e3, a6, bishop b2, bishop g4. We were just looking at that. Black's trying to fight for e5, and if you ignore him, you're playing the... So the point is, if you play like e3 here, you're playing the Owen, a tempo up, with the knight committed to f3. So bishop b2 is better. And now, Black played f6. And, well, let's see. Sasha Rayetsky, a Russian IM who's... are my Facebook friends. Among my Facebook friends. He's a good guy. Craig Pritchett versus Sasha Rayetsky, 2018. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how old Sasha is. He must be around my age, but Pritchett is really going back there. Wow, I mean, he wrote books that were published when I was like a teenager or younger. Wonder what that was. But anyway, f6 now, nullifying the bishop on b2, and what can Astrobate do about it? We're going to see knight h4. He loves to play knight h4. What other options do you have here? d4. c4 is not great, I assume, but playable. c4, d4. The problem is if c4, d4, e3, black has e5, and if pawn takes pawn, you run into proverbial e4. Let's take a look at that for a second. c4, d4, e3, which would basically force black to play e5, and now you do pawn takes pawn when e4 is met by queen e2 but countered by queen e7. And then what? You know, that would be a very logical sequence. Let's see what Stockfish says. Close to equal, but white does have to back off. White would have to back off with knight g1, leading to a complicated play. Alright, so c4 is speculative. Doesn't seem best though. f6. What can we do? We can go Andras Shadorian rip and play e4? No. You can always play yeah, I mean, not a lot of options here. What are we gonna do? Do what you did. So d4 was played a couple times, and it's okay. Yeah, I mean, d4 is okay. I don't think that Craig Pritchett lost the game because of the opening, although black may be fine here. I'm not convinced that black is better in this position. Oh, Petrosian Bobby. I'm not convinced that black is better. Black won 2 games. One of them an upset, but should black necessarily be better having played f6? I mean, no. No, it's not. Black isn't better here. White is better, in fact. Yeah, so d4 is a solid option. This is more hyper modern, but black is to play e5. And now you got, guess what you got? Jorge Armadillo versus Jesus Erickson. Yes, I still need glasses. Masturbate with a novelty, knight h4. This is his new thing, you know, and it's not, you know, a little bit of information is a very dangerous thing. So that's the problem with fake news and influencers. When influencers get a hold of people who are very, chess influencers in this case, they get a hold of people who are very easily influenced, right? Like Masturbate. I wish I could influence Masturbate more easily. We need to raise the alarm here for white. Bishop e5 doesn't seem relevant here. Just one thing, like if you did bishop e5 and he were to cooperate, I just want to ask one question. Could we sack a piece? Wow. Ivan didn't play bishop takes c6, but I wanted to ask the obvious question. You know, what happens if bishop takes, pawn takes, and we sack our knight on e5? Is this just bullshit? Are we just bullshitting here, basically? Or does white have enough compensation for the sacrificed piece? Is this the Cochrane Gambit? Or is this for real? White has bishop a3 check. That looks serious, honestly. I'm a little concerned about bishop a3 check for black, personally. Anyone else find any problems with this line? So that means that black would have to play king d7, which would also mean, you know, it's a problematic situation for black then. Except for the fact that it's not. Why? I don't understand. So I'm missing something. He can just go to f6. Oh my god. And he can go to e6. That's unbelievable. Black is winning here. It's incredible. I assumed this was bad and it's winning. He just walks away. Check, king f7, check, and then g6. Wow, that's incredible. So knight h4. So Ivan, had he played, God damn it, bishop e5, a6. Had he played this, it's like lost for white. Wow. I still think that bishop takes c6 is fine. Like, Ivan Isevich doesn't have to retreat his bishop. I even think it's, you know, debatable which of these moves is better. He induced a6, BFD, you know. You might as well take on c6 and play a dynamic position, but he brought it back. But who knows? It could have been a friendly game in the Serbian league that they're just buddies and it wasn't even a real battle. No pieces in the attack. So Masturbate instead played this. This is early, and white doesn't have any development. So this is you know, this looks dubious in this case. Now, obviously, g5 is a mistake. This is a good move. Queen h6 is one of black's best moves, no doubt. And now bishop e5. And now black got a little too creative. He saw knight h6, which most people don't get that far in this type of structure, solving most of his problems, and then he played bishop g4, which I don't really understand, you know. I mean, I guess it's not that bad, but I would think like white can simply play f3. Not the end of the world or anything. We can play f3 and play f4 later. No, okay, maybe bishop g4 is not so bad. You took, and then you played f3, which I'm not sure you should have done that. And now black played this. Maybe he would have been less inclined to do that had you not taken on c6. But now we're in, you know, Pavel Blatny land. This ain't Candyland. White is worse now, probably. You've gone too far, Acerbate. You've gone too far. What would Ivan Ivanisevic do? Yeah, he would play bishop back to e2. What would Yuri Lapshin do? Queen c1. What would Pavel Blatny do? Yeah, probably queen c1. What would I do? Either bishop e2 or f3. I was actually starting to wonder about this f5 move. That looks kind of crazy. Then we just play g3. Do we? Well, e5's hanging. This is getting really weird. Yeah, f3 is no good. Well, you have to bring the knight back. So this bishop g4 was actually stronger than I thought. Took, and then f3, and now you're worse. And that much I knew. This is good, and your plan of Jabava-ing with queen e2 is good. This guy used like less time than Acerbate to reach this position. He is Acerbate's like twin brother. He likes to make provocative bishop moves. He uses no time. g5 winning. Yeah, Superdriver, everything is so easy in the world. It's always like a one move win. Of course, Superdriver. It's always a one move win. In your guerrilla world. No, fortunately G5 isn't that clear. You guess. Good guess. It's the only move. Like, obviously white can play G4 and black's better, but this doesn't look clear to me, you know. No. Bishop e4, knight e2. Why did you do that? I mean, why not develop your pieces? Oh, you're worried about this, but don't worry about the guerrilla move. We got g4. I can't believe you played knight e2, man. Okay, you wanted to go here, but what about your other knight? Knight e2 is slow. You're not developing, dude. Black castled. Oh. That's horrible, dude. Horrible. You better play g4. Now I would just do the Blatny thing and hope for the best. You're playing, it looks like one of Uber Driver's games, honestly. You've been spending too much time hanging out with Uber Driver in the chat room, I guess. This looks like a hippo to me. It's a deformed, retarded hippo. I still vote for g4. I mean, that you even have this if necessary. Like, there's no sacks. But we are concerned about your knight getting trapped, potentially. So you're looking at knight f5. Okay. Yeah, and then black just left the building. And then you're like, thank you! Nice knowing you. And then you're like, thank you for that as well. You didn't want to risk it. You could do this, but yeah, then the E file opens up and things get a little scary. So it has to be good. Good choice not to open this up. Actually, if you are going to take this, maybe we take the other way with a C pawn. This looks scary, but probably it's not. I mean, 95 is pretty problematic. Yeah, you can't open this up. You can't give that 95, so good job not giving black any counterplay there. That was a very smart move, e4. And I think after that, black is lost. And even if he hadn't made it himself, his position is essentially lost. Whew. Alright. I don't know, man, what that does to me, like, looking at those games. It might have a lasting effect. Maybe Nefedov can help me learn something here. So Butters versus Cartman. South Park battle. I never met anyone whose name was Butters, by the way, in real life. I thought that was just like made up for South Park. But apparently it's a real name. Butters versus Nefedov. And this is from league match. Bishop and Queen Buttery. Alright. Nefedov, we get to see the Nefedov defense. And then Butters played. He's not trendy. That's like Guy Ritchie. I was just thinking the other day. It just dawned on me after, I don't know, 20 years, 25 years. It just occurred to me that there's no way that Guy Ritchie's name is really Guy Ritchie, right? I mean, that's a stage name or whatever. Like, Rich Guy, Guy Ritchie. I don't believe it, dude. Buttery. Spelled that way? The Buttery Bakery. What a coincidence. It was a calling. Guy. Well, French is Guy. But I had a kid in my high school, in my graduating class, and he was always called Guy. You know, so not everyone is the same. It's like Guy traditionally is the French pronunciation of that name. That doesn't mean that like everybody says it like that. Alright, so knight c3, f takes e4, knight takes e4, d5, and he plays, this is, I've played many times against Nefedov. Buttery is an English surname of French origin. It sounds like mine. Knight g3. Can you do mine? Me. Oh, I'm from Normandy too. Wow, I mean, that's me, dude. That's me. It's like one of the Pascals have to be the same, dude. My family has to be exactly the same. The name refers to the family original place of residence, which is Normandy. Prior to the conquest of England, I'm sure my family history with Pascal is almost identical. Buttery Pascal. I'm sure my relatives were from Normandy, and they Anglicanized the Pascal name. Alright. I have a lot of history with Normandy. My dad was in the invasion, and I almost died on a fire escape there. Coincidence? I don't think so. I don't know if I should go back, man. Anyway, okay, yeah, this is old school. This is old school. It's Karpov recommendation in the old Spanish books, but it's not. Look at the score here for white, by the way, in the database. This is such bullshit, dude. Look at white's score, 42% to 19. You would have the impression that this variation was awesome for white, and white can like get a clear advantage or something. And it's a total lie. Like, white gets nothing. It's totally equal. I think this variation is just dead equal. Oh, I'm sorry. White can get a 0.2 advantage, according to Stockfish. It's gonna, like, fade away, man. I had, like, 6 games with Nefedov already. Well, I mean, that was played in 1994. But did you know, Lautier was also playing, what was it? I saw some games the other day. Move 11, what did we see? Was Lautier playing the... Was he playing the another Grandmaster destroyed by women? What was he playing? The siesta variation of the Steinitz with F5. So he likes F5. Whoa, he played Karpov. Alright, knight g3, bishop g4, h3, bishop takes f3, queen f3. Okay, now, this is where the theory starts for this variation. So, it looks great for white at first glance. You think, oh, I used to think white was better here. Ivanchuk lost with white. Wow, Johann Sebastian. Whose birthday is it today? Ivanchuk lost with white. Jesus, dude. Losing it with this variation with white, man, is hard to do. I guess it was in time pressure in 90-minute chess with no second time control. It's very, very dry once you get through the opening, and it ends up being very balanced and actually kind of drawish. If you see the statistics, there's a lot of draws. Josh is gone. Josh has gone over to the influencer side. Josh Wheatskin? The OTA has several games. But I mean, this variation is totally nothing for white. I mean, this is what I was playing, but it's nothing. Knight f6 and now d3. But is knight f6 a mistake? This is your normal move. So knight h5. How did Johann Sebastian Christensen beat Ivanchuk with black, dude? I'm just curious. First of all, he played e4. Oh. Which is actually not even the best move. Very strange. He didn't play e4, did he? Oh, he did. And he didn't even play it right. Wow. So Ivanchuk's just slightly better, and then played this move b3. He has to play bishop takes c6 check. And white is slightly better. So black didn't even know what he was doing. They both didn't know what they were doing. Great. Must have been like rapid or blitz or something. Monkey Josh wasn't bad, but I don't remember him playing the Schliemann with black. I think I made him quit chess. I think really he lost to me. That was like his last tournament, man. Bishop g5, castles, bishop takes f6. And now watch what happened next. Dude, there's no games in the database here. D3 is dubious. D3 for dubious. What about me? What about Slaggy versus Nefedov? See, so look at my statistics. There were no losses, but mostly draws. 6 draws and 3 wins, or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 draws and 3 wins. I did play d3 twice, and it's considered inaccurate. I only played Ivanchuk's knight h5 once. And bishop takes c6 is like premature. But here's what I'm saying, like, how does Ivanchuk lose? It's a draw at worst. You know, it's hard to lose this with white. That had to have been like European Blitz Championship or something where Ivanchuk lost. Just some random Blitz game. So d3 is inaccurate. And Nefedov here against me played h6 and bishop d6. But those are games from 3 years ago. So now he played bishop d6. I played bishop g5. And against me he played a6, which looks like a debatable move that forces my hand. Probably a6 isn't so bad. But I wonder, had he studied this subsequently? I mean, the white squares look weak, you know, in black's position. Honestly. If you think about it strategically. Dark squares are fine, but the white squares seem kind of weak. I have a white square bishop. It can get kind of problematic for white. What do you mean? I know you study your games. What do you mean what I'm saying? How do I know? I don't have time to study every single game I play. I just said you probably looked at it. You know, I wasn't sure. So a6, I would never say a bad thing about you, Pavel. I mean, but this is a very specific position. You played a6 against me. I took. You reinforced your center, and you ended up drawing the game. But I missed a very strong move here, knight h5. In which case, I'm slightly better. So you didn't want to repeat that, and you found that this is the secret move. And so it looks like white's going to win the d5 pawn. Basically, Nefedov scammed him. He's like, oh, free d5 pawn. Bishop takes a 6. And then, whammo, you know, out of nowhere came bishop e4 check. The secret move. So now let's check the Opening Explorer, the main Masters database. And now let's check lichess. Ta-da! So Nefedov's he's been rampaging through the lichess database, or maybe it's just home prep. But this is the secret move. So we defend the d5 pawn. That's the key. Check, c3, rook takes f6. We get our pawn back, we keep d5. And now it's not two bishops, but opposite color bishops. Now, I still think that white should be okay here. But look at white's score in the games online. Minus, or in Hungarian. We say minus in Hungarian for minus. I don't know if it's the same like in German. For example. But in English, minus. Minus score. What do you minus here, Nefedov? As my friend Alexandru would say. What do you minus? Don't tell me this guy walked into knight d4. He did? Oh, no. Honestly, I thought he was going to do this and walk into knight d4 here. Yeah, look at these guys. No one played knight d4 in this position. It would be too much to ask that. Maybe Nefedov forgot his analysis. He thought he was supposed to play knight d4, but that was this position. That's funny. There's 4 games that no one found this move in this position. Stronach the Hedgehog. You have a strong British accent. I think Nefedov, honestly, the British accent for me, like, is even more pronounced. It's funny. Like, maybe you have Russian or Ukrainian accent, but in my opinion, I noticed the British part even stronger. I don't really notice the Eastern European accent. I notice the British accent when you talk. And yeah, it doesn't sound like a native English speaker necessarily who's always lived there, but it's very pronounced for me, since I don't speak British English. But I'm just asking you, did you think of Queen E2 when you played this? Because this looks legit really strong if you play as Queen E2. But white has other options. I mean, okay, Queen G4 looks more active. But Queen G4 could also run into Rook G6 or something later. Or even immediately, you have Rook G6. I'm not expecting these noobs on lichess to find the best moves. I'm not sure you want to leave. Yeah, but okay, he plays Queen D1, which is more passive, although maybe best. So white is threatening one thing, and that's taking your bishop. But at the end of the day, I think the important thing in chess is to analyze positions based on their features, right? The long-term and short-term features of the position, come up with an evaluation, and then come up with a plan. I mean, who's better here? What are the features? Opposite colored bishops is very important here. Yeah, as I said, Uber Driver features. He says Gorilla says Bishop C5. That's your level, man. Gorilla says Bishop C5. Can we just analyze the features of the position, the texture of the position before you start spouting moves? No, like, there are opposite colored bishops. That's a very important factor here. The second important factor is that you have a very strong center that white doesn't have. All right? One factor makes the position sharper. The other factor is in your, to your advantage, I would say, that you have a strong center. The thing is, like, we've traded 2 sets of pieces, so your attacking chances might be more limited because of that. Whatever's face is, Uber Driver just spouts out the most obvious move. Bishop C5. Well, I mean, our bishop's hanging. We only have Bishop A5, Bishop C5, Bishop D6, and like Nefedov's Knight D4. The problem with Knight D4 is, like, well, what are you going to do about the fact that you have 2 pieces hanging? Knight D4 is all well and good. It's all well and good when the guy's queen is on D2. I mean E2. But at this point, what's going to happen when, when you play bishop a5 and the guy goes like b4. So is your intention to play like bishop a4, b5 or something? I guess I would ask this question, Efidov, like, why would you go on this tangent, you know? It just seems like you have a good position. Maybe not a great advantage, but it feels like if someone has to be better here, that's why I was talking about analyzing the position based on the texture, whatever. If we do the gorilla's move, castles, the position is close, I think. You know, it's probably about equal. But objectively, gorilla is more active. The black gorilla is more active than the white gorilla in this position. So even though the position may be objectively about equal, the black gorilla maybe has a slightly better chance to win, because black gorilla has more central space. But I guess the question would be like, why go... Here's what my old friend used to say to me. Why are you making the position unclear when you're slightly better, or at least not worse? You know, why go on this like crazy tangent with knight d4? Because you're not... maybe we'll get there eventually. Okay, whatever. I'm just asking a question. Why are you making the position wildly unclear when you could play like a straightforward type of game? And this is just totally random, you know. Now we'll just roll the dice and see what we get. Okay, b5, pawn takes bishop, pawn takes a4. Okay, I have no idea what's going on now. You might as well just make random moves. Knight e2, queen f8. Your position was too good to make it completely random. Castles, queen takes b4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So white just lost the pawn. I'm going to guess that that wasn't necessarily forced. In particular, the move knight e2. Like, is there some specific reason why white needs to play knight e2 in this position? Nefedov had a psychic premonition that white was going to play knight e2. That's why he went into this line. He had a psychic premonition that white was going to play knight e2, and he was going to win a pawn and get the advantage. Now, obviously, like queen f8 is a good idea, but I mean, why? You know, I get it. The knight is strong on d4, but white's king is in the center. So, first things first. Black doesn't have an immediate threat other than queen f8, so get the hell out of there. You know, knight e2 can be played, but why do you have to play it right away? Couldn't you wait a move before you played that? So, like, this move is really, really bad, it looks like. Knight e2, why? And now Nefedov has queen f8, and now this is a problem, and this is a problem. But he just gave that to you. Maybe the next move is a mistake as well. Okay, knight takes d4, queen takes b4, check. This is an important point. But here's another question. What happens after queen d2? Now I just take on d4. And Nefedov, you know, he's up a pawn in an ending, just like the game. This looks pretty good. But again, why did white play knight e2? If he doesn't play knight e2, you're not winning. You know, you're probably a tiny bit better. But this is a ridiculous move. Okay, queen f8, castles, and you win a pawn. So, alright. You're up a pawn, you have a monster center, but it's still a very tough conversion, you know? And I think, like, you know, white's going to draw 40% of the time here, and probably lose 60% of the time in a vacuum. Heavy piece endings tend to be drawish because there's no, like, you know, zugzwang or whatever, you know. Perpetual checks tend to happen and there's, like, no zugzwang. It's not like it's a night ending. So if Nefedov had a choice between being up a pawn in a minor piece ending or a pawn up in a queen and rook ending, you'd rather be up a pawn in a minor piece ending. His chances of winning here are like I said, winning is like 40%, draw, winning maybe something like 50, draw 50. Queen d2, rook b8, rook b1, rook b8, rook f8. And, alright, let's stop for a second. What is your suggestion instead of 92? Castles is not allowed. Oh, it's not allowed. Did I miss something? Castles is not allowed? He moved his king? Sorry, I don't understand your comment. This is allowed. You are aware that castles is not illegal. What do you mean it's not allowed? Did he move his king or something? Ask Stockfish. Stockfish Nefedov. Stockfish says like white is slightly worse, but it's totally within the margin of error for a draw. It's a half pawn, man. I mean, I'm taking this all day long. I will draw your ass in that position. This guy, what else is he gonna do? Of course he should castle. Now it's possible that we're missing something here. Like, wait, is some other better move? I don't think there's any argument, Pavel. I can ask anybody. I mean, he should have castled. Always castle. Ask Uber driver. It's too late for white to be playing for an advantage. He already like lost his edge. But I didn't have time to go into every single detail here. I just felt that 94 by you was probably not necessary. And I'm telling you, objectively, maybe your winning chances are better with the opposite color bishops on the board than in a heavy piece ending where you're up a doubled pawn. But what do I know, you know? I'd rather have an initiative in a position with opposite color bishops than be up a pawn in a heavy piece ending. Because I'm going to get drawn a lot of times here. I mean, I'm speaking from experience. I've been on your side of this type of position a million times, and a million times I've like come up short of winning, just like you did. But I really like opposite color bishop positions because you can attack in those positions on your color complex, and people tend not to play them very well. We had some kind of follows. Oh, we had somehow I had the same player. The same player followed twice. How do you do that? How do you follow twice? Cheers, mate. Okay. You followed then unfollowed. Why would you do that? Just for attention? Okay, he liked it so much the first time he did it again. You know what you should do when you're down a pawn? Go into a king and pawn endgame. That's what I do. Unbelievable. And now, can I just... I mean, I would assume that you would be winning. But not all king and pawn games are winning. And you have doubled isolated pawns. There's no way in the world I would ever conceive of playing the move queen e3 with white. I wouldn't even bother to calculate it. It just wouldn't even be an option. The drawing chances are too good. Without even wondering, I can't possibly tell you if this is a win or a draw. Again, like 60-40. I don't know for sure. I would need tons of time to calculate. But why would white gamble with that, you know? Now you have to decide whether it's winning or not, and you're not sure. You have no losing chances after queen takes. But the question is the king and pawn game winning? You have space and extra doubled pawn. I don't know. Depends on how much time you have to calculate. I don't know if this is a win or not. I'm going to cheat by looking at the engine. You played rook takes f2. And now I make Hikaru faces. So now you're going to be up 2 doubled pawns. Oh my god. That has to be winning. Rook takes f2, queen f2. Now doesn't this guy have queen f2? So that's the only fly in the ointment. He has queen f2. And so after queen f2, rook f2, you can take on d3, and he has 2 rooks against queen, but you have 2 connect to pass pawns. So this looks really tough. Very tough for white to hang on. If he could double his rooks on the 7th and like get you perpetual check or something. The problem is your queen could protect, say, e4, queen d4, protect g7. I don't know. You know how fast he can get his rooks into your position. But this is inconceivable. He took on d4. There's no way this isn't winning for you. Now you're up 2 pawns. Or I'm miscounting. It's not 2 pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you're taking a pawn. Now it's 5 against 7. Okay, bro. You're up 7 pawns against 5. And you don't win this position. How is that possible? I mean, it's a very rare king and pawn game where you're not winning 2 pawns up. This is an interesting situation because we're in a situation where Nefedov has 2 sets of doubled pawns. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's 5 against 3 on one side. I got to assume this is winning without turning on the engine. King e2, king f7, king f3, and now you played king f6. But I'm wondering, like, why king f6 necessarily? To support g5? Because your advantage is over here. I'm just saying, your advantage is over on this side. Doubled pawns or no doubled pawns. And when you get down to it, you know, what's he going to do? Go over here and like take your pawns? Why not king e6? Why would you choose to go to f6? Both cases you're threatening king e5, but it's like, what's your point? Like to play g5 check? Well, of course. You know, we all have, Uber Driver, I didn't tell you, we all have like titles now. Like I'm Sladgy the Wise, and Sun Prism is Prism the Fast, and Schumacher is Schumacher the Demanding. Uber Driver is Uber Driver the Obvious. I dub you Uber Driver the Obvious. Because you're always like suggesting shit that's, everyone saw it. You know, of course the plan is c5 and c4. What other plan would you do, you know? We're all going to have like our Lord of the Rings names. Uber Driver the Obvious. But the thing is, like, why would... It seems like a minor thing, but I mean, I want to get over here to support this, yeah. But I mean, it wouldn't hurt to have, like, you know, this, and this, and then have, like, the king behind it or something. The action should be over on this side. The point is, the action should be over on this side where Nefedov has the advantage, right? So why is he putting his king on f6? I don't really understand it. The only thing I can think of, it's like this reactionary sort of like, I'm going to meet king f4 with g5 or something. But this is irrelevant, you know. It's not like White's not threatening anything here. Like, say you go to e6, what's he going to do? You know, what is White possibly going to do? He's going to go up here and like walk up here and take your pawns, or do g4, g5, or what? He's going to play king f4 followed by g4, g5? I mean, you know, we've got our stuff now. This and this. And, you know, the extra a pawn really matters too, because when we push c5, if he goes b3, we'll chop, and then you'll go a5, and then you'll go c4 and sack a pawn, and your a pawn goes through. And it's your second a pawn that could win the game. That will probably win the game. But anyway, this is a long lecture about one point, but here's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, why do we need to go to f6? Like, Captain Obvious said c5, but it isn't irrelevant, you know, because if c5, king f4, you have c4. This has to be calculated. So there's like take here. And now we'll see if Captain Obvious has a move. d3, king e3, and now, I don't know, let's say a5 or something. Does White have b3? Takes, no. So Captain Obvious in this case is actually correct, that it probably doesn't matter. But my point would be like, where is Nefedov going over here with king f6? This could be like the first mistake. King f6, king f4. But now, you know, he's playing on the king's side. Okay, whatever. Get with the program. Okay, c5, c4. Did he find a way to like seal off the king side so he can't? You have h5, h4 here. Oh my god. Now, first of all, you should play a5 probably. Don't you have just like a3? Pawn takes pawn, c3, king e2, and then h5, followed by h4? A stupid question. It's really handy to have the extra a pawn. You know, you can give one away and have another one to stop his pawns, and then have a protected passer on c3. So it's still unbelievable that Nefedov didn't win. He just pushes c3, White takes. And now d4 check. And now h5, h4, game over. Oh my god. He played this. Holy shit. So the king side gets sealed off by h4. And now we go over to the other side, and that gets sealed off too. Man, that's insane. Yeah, like, you really had to try for that to happen. I like how he played the a6. There's a force field right here. I like the last move, a6. Maybe White will make a mistake now. You gotta use your tempi. Jeez. Oh my god. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, how much did this guy pay you to play g4? I mean, seriously. You're gonna get banned, man, if you keep doing that shit. You would do well here in the FM Scheveningen tournaments in Budapest. You could sell your rating points. Get organizers. Slippery. Butters is slippery. Alright. Speaking of slippery, that was a draw. Nedog is next. Can't believe it's not Butters. Butters? The only explanation is that he offered Nefedov some free beer or something. That I can think of. Just when he was like within the grasp, he let him out. Suspicious. That was suspicious. Mr. Coffee's here. No, Nefedov. I'm not talking about banning you from the stream. I'm talking about them banning you from tournaments because of like selling games. We just had some incident here where an organizer in Hungary was banned for 2 months. I'm sorry, not 2 months. 2 years from organizing tournaments because it was in his lowest tournaments in the rating tournaments. Some low-rated IMs were like selling games. And ironically, like the players didn't get banned from tournaments. The Hungarian Federation didn't punish the players who were selling like loads of games. They punished the organizer who, looked the other way. He wasn't directly involved, but they were doing it so obviously that the Chess Federation had to step in. Butters is a good chess player. Wow. His books are sold on Amazon. Well, I take winning the Stafford Chess Club Cup in 1974 as a serious accomplishment. Anyone can crank out some AI books on Amazon. But the Stafford Chess Club is a different story. 74. That's impressive. All right. Oh shit, maybe he did. He invented the Stafford Gambit. That was a Stratford Gambit. We've been through this already. Maybe he did. Because, yeah, it's possible. Uber Driver. Uber Driver watches a lot of Eric Rosen. That's why he's so deep. E4, E6, D4, D5, Knight C3. Do you know who won the Stafford Chess Club Cup in 2023? Either you or someone really famous. There's 2 possibilities. I'm gonna guess. See, I said someone really famous, Uber Driver. Not your hero. It was Nefedov. Alright. This is a game from Nedog, and Black played the so-called Marshall defense. I had this student who used to play this. He was a good blitz player. But frankly, it's just inaccurate. It should be good for white. When you play the Tarrasch, the point is the knight doesn't control 2 central squares like it does on c3. I think a lot of people are like, wow, okay, knight d2 is better because it doesn't get pinned by bishop e4. But remember, this knight is passively placed here. So Tarrasch has its disadvantages. When you play the Tarrasch, the knight is less active than on c3. Thus, c5, white has less pressure on d5. Thus, c5 is considered to be, if not the best, one of the best moves. But playing it here, and people do this playing the Sicilian too. You'll get a lot of games where people play e4, c5, and I guess they'll play e6 and d5. I think it's most commonly seen here. Knight f3, e6, and then d4, d5. Now the interesting thing is, this is a little different, right, than Nedog's position. Nefedov, just make sure you get enough sleep before you play in a tournament, because my last game I gave away 7 rating points to a kid because I slept 3 hours before the game. My next tournament, by the way, is going to be the Budapest. I highly recommend it. Budapest Spring Open, May 23rd. It's a very good tournament here. The only good tournament in Hungary this year. May 23rd. It's going to be played at the Balna. If you want to visit Budapest, it's a good excuse. The Balna is a big conference center in a whale-shaped glass building. It's an open and very good prizes. Like first place is like, I don't know. First place is like $5,000 or something. I mean, it's a serious tournament, and it's going to attract some strong players. I think there's more than one group. It's 9 rounds, 9 days, classical. 40 moves in 40 moves in 3 hours. No, 40 moves in 90 minutes. Sudden death, 30, and then 30 seconds per move. So the standard time control. And I'm going to play if I can. I'm supposed to move in May, so I hope that's not going to be a problem. But I just want to say, any tournament where it's 9 rounds, all the rounds are like 1 game a day, is ideal, you know. Because I if I play in the tournaments with a good format, I do better. And if I play with no sleep or 2 rounds a day with sudden death time control, I'm like losing points. Do you need to pay anything for a tournament fee? Of course. It has a big entry fee, so no, I mean it has a big prize fund. They have an entry fee. But I don't think it's that high. You know, it's probably like $30 or I don't know. I think you do have to pay. You do have to pay like a license. They call it a license to play in Hungary or whatever, and that's like another, you know, another $20. So there's probably like overall cost of playing in a tournament is like $50. But the prizes are very good. There's like 3 sections. They haven't had this tournament since COVID. You know, it was a very good tournament, the best in Hungary. And then in COVID, in 2021, I guess, 2020, they canceled it. And it hasn't come back, and now it's back again. It's in a good venue, too. A normal venue, not a shitty venue. So you've got a normal venue in the center of the city, 9 rounds in 9 days, a very strong field in the open section. I think, you know, as good as the Reykjavik Open. Good weather, by the way. Budapest in May is extremely nice. It's not like going to Reykjavik in freaking, you know, March. Very good tournament if you're in Europe. Alright, anyway, enough advertising. Knight c3. And now c5, dubious. So traditionally we play pawn takes pawn. Now, did you have your engine on during this game? I'm just kidding. Alright, pawn takes pawn, check. And now, you know, I think queen e2 check. See, here it gets interesting. Whoa. Something's not right. Okay, there's no games here at all. Something's not right. There's no games at all. This is not right. Something's wrong here. Why are there so few games? Wow. So literally nobody plays this. It's that bad. I mean, it would be much better for black, I guess, against knight f3. Wow. So the question is, d takes c5 or knight f3 or queen e2 check? I'm really shocked that there's not more games here. The traditional idea is that you can do like queen e2 check, and if bishop e7, you take on c5. a traditional idea, I would say. You know, knight f3 looks okay. Though I'm not sure about d takes c5. It feels a little greedy. Honestly, maybe black can sack the pawn and get some kind of compensation. So, I don't know who this is. It sounds like a Hungarian. Maybe they're correspondence players. But the Cornell is a typical Hungarian, kind of unusual, but not that unusual Hungarian name. This definitely sounds Hungarian. It could be Serbian, Hungarian. Hungarians from Serbia. This Ignaz sounds Serbian. Okay, this is so it's a correspondence game, but they're both Hungarian sounding names. It's weird. Oh, your game is a correspondence, one move every 24 hours? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I thought you were talking about the game in the Opening Explorer. But that's correspondence too. I'm pretty sure. D takes c5. Indeed, dude, not specific enough. Now, this is a real game. So black plays knight f6, and you played bishop e3, protecting the pawn. And black now played bishop e7. Now, we could transpose, it looks like. I think if you castle here, you transpose back into some kind of line. But h3 is logical as well. And now black played a6. I mean, a6 is pretty slow in an already dubious line. But I don't know what to recommend for black, honestly. I don't like black's position at all. Maybe he should consider playing bishop g4 here before you have time to play h3. But I don't like black's choice of opening whatsoever. This is definitely dubious. And so now you're posed with this like question as to whether you should give up your bishop or not. But I mean, there are a couple reasons to take. You know, his bishop is restricted. He doesn't have bishop a6. So he has a number of pawns. 5 out of 6 moms are on light squares for black. And I mean, this is what I refer to as the ghost bishop, which is oftentimes, it looks active, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't really do anything. Its only hope seems to be f5 and like this diagonal. So I think this is very good for white. In fact, then I've played like a 6 center pawn loss probably. Castles, rook b8, b3, and now a really sketchy looking move, queen a5. Because it was the movie Searching for Bobby Fischer, like we're in the first scene. The little kid like brings his queen out too early or something. The queen on a5 is unfortunately placed here. No, there was a scandal. No, I'm thinking of the wrong movie. That was Brandon Lee. There's a scandal about them making a remake of The Crow. Now I'm getting The Crow confused with Ghost, so stop talking about movies, okay? We're talking about the game, dude. Try to focus on chess, Nedog. I know it's hard for you. Try to focus on chess. Channel your Wellbutrin and focus on the chess game at hand. Alright? Because I'm already like distracted enough. The Crow, Ghost, Patrick Swayze, Brandon Lee, whatever. Like, just focus on the chess game. Alright? I know you're having trouble focusing. I'm having trouble focusing. Knight a4. And yeah, I mean, is there really another option? But the bottom line is, like, okay, what is that? This queen is, like, horribly misplaced. It has very little mobility on the side of the board. It's not that it's necessarily in danger of getting trapped. The bigger problem is that it just sucks. You know, it's out of play. It would be better on d8 than it is on a5, probably. So now, yeah, it's just a crush. Knight e4. And now you played knight e5, aggressive move. I was expecting bishop d4. Just kind of consolidating, but that loses a pawn, eh? Looks like it loses a pawn. I don't really want to give him the pawn back. After this... Yeah, I mean, it would appear that black has chances to survive. This is not the only thing in the position, by the way. Like, you can lose that pawn back and possibly still be better. But this is looking good. Although it's not a stable outpost, you can bring it back to d3 and protect the pawn again. Very deep. Yeah, that's fatal, dude. That's fatal. You gotta take that and then allow bishop takes b8 and play like bishop takes h3. I guess. Objectively. And like recapture and black is lost, but he has maybe a little bit of hope that your king is opened up. Okay, you wouldn't have to recapture, I guess. After bishop h3, you can just like pull your bishop back. I was thinking about this. But I think, therefore I am. Yeah, it's a little bit sketchy. I'm just saying, like, he has to find a better way to play this, man. Like, after knight takes c6, it's just a matter of being practical. It just feels like here, you're just up 2 pawns and he has no chance. Bishop takes h3 would... Yeah, maybe I'm wrong though, huh? I just analyzed... No, queen takes c6. Yeah, this has got to be... Queen takes c6, bishop takes b8, bishop takes h3. And then what I'm saying is, like, he has this. At least he would damage your pawn structure and give him some practical chance. But in this line, it's so too easy. You're too solid. Hello. Queen takes d5. Greedy. Damn, dude. I mean, isn't like being up 2 pawns enough for you? I wonder if Nimzovich would take on d5. Nimzovich had this game where his opponent had 2 bishops against 2 knights, and he took a pawn, but he regretted it after the game. And I'm wondering if you have this position with white, like, it almost feels like this pawn on d5 interferes with black's bishop. Well, for example, f3. f3 may be not good. I'll need to calculate, but it looks like black has this. But f3 isn't my first choice. My first choice would be just anything that doesn't involve taking the pawn on d5. There's a small chance like this diagonal could get... I see you have this. I'm just saying, you should consider not taking the pawn. A lot of people are like way too materialistic. You're already up 2 pawns. You don't need to win more material to win this position. I think it's important to think about it. And Uber Driver's suggestion is a better way, maybe, of winning the pawn, perhaps, and also getting your knight back into the game at the same time. So I agree. So you took the pawn. He played bishop b7. Now you have c6. And I mean, you're probably winning with another move, any normal move, but he has hope at least to get some kind of counterplay. I was expecting rook d8 now. I don't know which rook, but I guess you're just like killing him. For example, queen c4. I guess there he might have rook c8. It's a tactical position. Possible this knight is a problem. It's possible he loses his bishop. It's possible a lot of stuff. But I'm just saying in general, like, why take a risk? Why not just go here or something? You know, you could play queen d4. Just don't allow him anything, and the game wins itself, essentially. You have to be careful with moves like this. This could create counterplay for the opponent. c6, knight f6, queen c4. And now he should, you know, probably pin you, I guess. And then what do? You know, then you have to play c7. And now the thing is, you know, open here. Probably has nothing, but why allow him any chance at all would be my argument. Anyway. The way it went in the game, I mean, he's really, really dead. Because this pawn is shut him down completely. Well, you got greedy, but it was probably like a sound sort of greedy. But I'm strictly speaking in terms of practical advice. This is a correspondence game, so you had time. If the time is not a factor, you can play more greedy, so to speak. Here I'd like to advise maybe, you know, trading pieces, so we need to consider stuff like bishop f6. Having said that, I don't want to lose the pawn on c7, so I would probably play c4 like you did. And this is just like no contest. I plead no contest, Your Honor. I don't like your knight on a4, bro. So knight b2 is indicated. Knight b2 is indicated, trying to bring the knight back in the game. Maybe it is impossible. It's impossible now because he can harass you, you know. The knight is a little tricky to get back in the game. Maybe you have to play c5, knight b6 now. Think about your worst piece, though. Think a lot, Nedog. Think about all you got. You just left your knight out there. You don't care about him. Her, it, they. You don't care about your knight. Oh, you do. Okay, good. Good. Good game. Easy money. That was crushing. Okay, no contest. Next is Yabatis endgame study. All right, we're not gonna like look at the table base, and we're not gonna look at the engine. This is Yabatis endgame study. Wait to play and win. Make sure the engine is off, and no. Guys, no spoilers if you know the solution. I told Yabatis that, look, it doesn't have to be a game. If you haven't played and you see an interesting position or a study, we can analyze other stuff. It doesn't necessarily have to be a game. But no spoilers, no cheating, no computers. I think I already found the solution. It's a nice puzzle. This is a good puzzle. I mean, we're up a pawn in a rook ending, but it looks like black's saving the game because black has rook takes, pinning. I mean, the rook is pinning our pawn. Once he takes on g6, it's over. It's a draw. Maybe black even wins, you know, if you're not careful. No, I mean, you could play rook g5, right? This is the obvious move. Rook g5. Astrobate suggested rook f6. Now, that's an interesting move. If there's any way to lose, that's the move. This has got to be the only way to lose. It's a neat idea. Like, okay, rook takes c4, pawn takes pawn, check, king h8, rook f8. But let's look at the critical line, right? Takes. Now, white is hard-pressed to come up with an answer. Pawn takes pawn check, king h8. Oops. That's the problem. So Astrobate managed to find the only way to lose with rook f6. I think this is literally the only way to lose. Rook checks on f8. This is Astrobate's second suggestion. And now the point is, black has only one move. King takes. Now we play king takes h7. And now we're threatening to queen with check. Check, king moves, check, makes a queen. So rook takes e5, check, king moves, queen, check, king here, mate. So black has to go the other way, king e8. He would have to go the other way, king e8, queen check, king d7. And now, this is black's best variation, probably. And this is not easy. In fact, if the black rook were on f6, I guess this would be a draw. F6 or d6. But I don't know about this position. But that's pretty good. So check, king takes. The big question would be rook takes g6, king g6. And then we need to get Nefedov in for the king and pawn endgame. Can we get Nefedov in for the king and pawn endgame? King g8, e6. And if king h8, we just win. So black would have to play king f8. And now presumably you have king h7, king e8, king g7, king d8, king f7, and we win. So that line wins in all variations. So rook takes g6, king takes g6. The only other possibility is like king e8. We play e6, and after king d8, king f7, and it's over. So the last chance for black would be rook takes, king takes, e6 for black. And this is the big question. But now we have opposition, king f6. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about. The queen and rook versus pawn might be a draw. That's my only question, really. In this variation, with rook f8 check, king takes, rook takes e5, sorry, king takes h7, rook takes e5, check. You have to go here, queen, check, king has to go here. So this, all I'm saying is like if the rook were here or here, I'm 100% sure it's a draw. But that rook, because it's unable to find its host outposts, it's very good for black that the pawn is on the second rank. It's not advanced. If it was advanced, black would definitely be lost. But I don't like the fact that the rook is not anchored by a pawn. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is probably winning for white, theoretically. Although I personally don't know if I have the technique. Even if this was a win, I probably don't have the technique. Like, if you had me play an engine from this position, I don't think I could win. I'm not going to be able to beat the engine in this position. I think the engine will beat... My guess would be that the engine would beat another engine. The engine would beat itself in this position with perfect play. So that's the best guess we have. Does anybody else have a suggestion? Because it looks like it's rook f8. I mean, there doesn't seem to be another option, you know. The only other option is rook g5. We didn't really like answer the question here, but I just want to mention the fact that black has waiting moves. Ta-da! So the rook g5 is drawn. And now king f8. That's a problem. Because e6, you have king g8. And if king somewhere else, like king g5, king f7, or king f5, king f7, check. Let's check this again. King f5. Let's try king f5. So king f7, check, king g7, king g5, king h7. This is a problem. We can't win. We can't let you like come around. So if I come around, you come up, and then you start like getting over on my pawn, and you're actually, you know, you're almost winning. King here, king takes, king here, king here, king here. Luckily, it's still a draw. So it looks like rook f8, but that's the question. All right, acerbate solution. We're gonna say it's rook f8, Eubatis. That's our guess. Rook f8, but I'm still not sure about that. The queen versus rook and pawn ending. Maybe we missed something. So is that it? That is the solution. All right. So let's see the truth. King takes h7. Yeah, king e8, g7, rook takes e5. This is only line. g8, and then king d7. And so this is not a table base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, this is a table base. Yeah, it's a table base, so it's winning. It's a theoretical win. I couldn't win it, you know, probably. But I just want to show, like, if white were to play an inaccurate move, for example, whatever, you know, queen f8, rook d5, draw. One inaccurate move, and it's a draw. That's what I'm talking about. All black needs to do is get his rook to an anchored position on d6 or f6. And you can't stop me now. Like, say you play queen f8 blunder. After rook d5, you have no checks because f5 is covered. And you can't stop me from playing rook d6. And if you try to approach with the king, I play this. And that's it. Draw. Because the rook can just rotate between d6 and f6 indefinitely. And the black king is shut out. Tries to approach, rook f6 check. Game over. It's a draw. Nice, nice. But acerbate found it on the second try. But it's also got a distance to mate of 78. Yeah, there are exceptions to the 50 move rule. This is probably one of them, Dragonfly Hunter. You know, FIDE has that, and maybe US Chess Federation does too. There are exceptions to the 50 move rule that are allowed to like 70, you know, 100 moves. I don't remember. Interesting. What's the table base on this? How many moves? 76. Mate, 76 moves is the fastest mate. We have to win the pawn at some point. Right. Okay. Uber driver's right. You win the pawn at some point. You're gonna have to win the pawn at some point. Dragonfly Hunter. So he's gonna win the pawn on e7 eventually. That's the winning method. Win the pawn first, and then you win queen versus rook. I assume, obviously, Black's not going to give up that pawn without a fight. He's going to have to give up the pawn first, and then he's going to lose his rook or get mated. So the 50 move rule won't be a problem. Once we get the pawn, we'll be within 50 moves. That's true. But White does have to win that pawn within 50 moves, I guess, for the win, to win the game. If White doesn't manage to win this pawn within 50 moves, it will be declared a draw. But I think White can do that. I would assume White can do that. I'll eat my shirt if it's not possible. If this is a win, then you can win that pawn within 50 moves. Alright, last game, Schumacher was late. Oh, Schumacher was black against me. I'm going to look at the game from his perspective. Oh, I looked at this game. This was like a monster. He played like a monster. I was white against him in our tournament Tuesday. And we've had this a couple times. I played bishop g5. You know, this is not... Capablanca played it. You know, a lot of people played it and still play it. And it's considered inaccurate. I talked about this in move 11 this week. Wasn't it? You guys are all hung up on technicalities. Black's best moves are takes and h6, but Schumacher will not do that. And also, I guess bishop b4 check is possible. I mean, anything's possible. Knight on bd7. But this is supposed to be like an anti... According to Richard Palliser, I mean, the move is primarily meant as an anti-Cambridge Springs move order. Though honestly, like, Cambridge Springs is not necessarily my only concern. I know that Schumacher doesn't try to play sharper lines. So bishop e7 transposing back into classical Queen's Gambit declined. Knight c3, castles, e3, and now the Tartakover with, well, or Lasker, h6. I remember this game in the World Open. I remember Walter Brown having a game in a World Open in the 80s when I was like, I don't know, 1800. And it was in the bulletin. Walter was white in those days. He had stopped playing e4. And he was still very, very strong in the 80s. He was one of the best American players. He was still fighting for GM, for U.S. championships and stuff. And no, Uber driver, really. No, seriously. Can you please not bother us with your cave shit? So, stay in the cave, Batman. Oh, even unbelievable. H4. Walter Brown in the World Open played h4. Okay, yeah, dude. Okay. So, I just remember like Walter playing bishop takes f6, and I've always just kind of been like, I just don't get it. You know, like, really? Like, where is White's mojo after that? You know, it stunned me, you know. It's so lame to like just play bishop takes f6 for no particular reason. I just couldn't get it, you know. I still don't really get it. But h4 is meant for caveman, zombie. I have a new system of measuring like fear. It's called the guinea pig index. And at the top of the scale are very fearful guinea pigs who are a 10. And at the bottom of the scale are zombies with like mindless zombies with clubs that have like spikes in them and stuff. You know, so you have guinea pigs on one end and mindless zombies with clubs with spikes on the other. And it's your index of how like fearful you are as a player, how how reckless you are versus being fearful. That's the extremes. So the guinea pig, we could call it the guinea pig zombie or guinea pig mindless zombie index. And H4 is like mindless zombie, 9.5. It would be like a 0.5. I mean, maybe we should make the mindless zombie like the higher number. But it's really meant to be like a fear index. So the guinea pig is the higher, So H4 is like a mindless zombie. Not even a 1, this is like 0.5. You have no brain, I give up on you, Uber driver. I resign, dude. I give up. I give up. I give up on you. It's hopeless. How old are you again? You're sure you're not 80? You're still capable of learning. Alright. I just want you to learn to appreciate the difference between blitz chess and real chess, You just have to appreciate the difference between trashy blitz chess and real chess. I know how to play H4 in a blitz game, but that doesn't mean it's something that, Magnus Carlsen should play in OTB. There's a reason why no good player has ever played this move. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Thanks for the donation. Oh, you forgot. It's alright, you forgot. He wanted to make a donation, Uber driver, that is. He forgot, because he's a mindless zombie. Alright. But anyway, it's the thought that counts. Oh, I forgot. Do you know what's the most annoying thing in European cities? Those, like, electric scooters that you can rent. It's just a nightmare. They ban them in some cities, right? Good for the environment, but really annoying. Okay. Bishop h4. I've probably played bishop f4 in this position, giving black h6 for free. Yeah, I mean, once I had a game with Alexander Onishuk, and Alex played h6 against me. But you're the first person in my life who I ever heard with this concept that they did it like before castling, so White wouldn't play h4. You're definitely like a 1 on the mindless zombie index. I just don't think there's that much to it. It's a matter of taste. Like, you can play castles, you can play h6. I know good players who play both. I'm not sure. Look at the differential. It's like 6,600 games with h6 and 6,200 games with castles, It's just completely random. Uber driver, why do you want to argue this with me? Like, what are you trying to prove? I'm just telling you, like, there's literally no one who's ever... I'm sorry, in that position. Why do you want to argue this? Do you think it's a coincidence that no good players ever played this in a tournament game? Are you seriously think that's like a coincidence? After h6? Castles? Do you think that's just a coincidence? Yeah, I know that it's possible to do that. I've done it like a million times in more appropriate positions. But black doesn't have to take the bishop. And then you're fucked, What you don't get is, like, the bigger problem is, like, I don't have to take. So there's bigger issues at stake. Like, your king has no safe haven, It's one thing if you're castle queenside. It's more to it. I don't even want to get into it, but it's just like the problem is, like, I didn't even begin to describe, like, the fact that black doesn't have to take this. The problem is the white king. And black hasn't made any compromises. Black can play c5, probably get an optimal kind of counterplay in the case that white tries to castle queenside. I haven't made any pawn moves, so I have a lot of flexibility with black. I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying it's not good. There's a big difference, and maybe white is even equal, but you're not a computer, so what good does that do? If Stockfish says it's 0, I didn't know you were a computer. If you can play like a computer, you wouldn't be playing the hippo, you know. It's just a waste of time to talk about this. I'm just trying to show a game that someone played. H6, bishop h4 is the best move. And then b6. And knight e4 is also very good. b6, bishop e2. Now black should play pawn takes pawn, you know, objectively. I mean, okay, I don't know. Let's say, okay, it doesn't matter. Funny, there's a move here, knight on bd7, that transposes some other line. That's interesting. You know, given that the bishop's on e2, it may be like a way of trying to take advantage of the fact the bishop's on e2. I don't know if I've ever had anyone play that against me. One time, fuzzy logic. My 30,000 games. Jesus Christ. Give up, dude. St. Louis Chess Club. Bye. Yeah. Alright. Now, Sparkle Horse versus Fuzzy Logic. Yeah, that was one game. Can we time out Uber Driver? Did we get a donation? Uber Driver, did you remember your donation? I'm tolerating you for what reason? Alright. Bishop takes f6. And now bishop takes f6. Yes, Uber Driver, you can play h4 here as well. This is absolutely playable. Followed by g4 and g5. But it doesn't mean you should do it. I'm just saying, yes, it's possible. I had a game with black once against like Halkias or someone who played this against me. Or maybe it was after exchanging, I can't remember. And then he castled queenside. Because there was a period like 20 years ago where I actually tried to play the Tartic over Queen's Gambit with black. You did. You timed out Uber Driver. 15 seconds. I lost to Alexander Schneider, who had beaten Kasparov in the Olympics. In my only Tartakover, and then I just like quit. It was really sad. It was Isle of Man. This guy had beaten Kasparov like 5 years previously, or even maybe less. I don't remember. And I literally lost one game on the black side of the Queen's Gambit Tarish, and then I just quit playing it. I just never could really. It's like the Karo Khan. I could never really like feel comfortable playing black side of Queen's Gambit Declined. I got some draws. I don't know if I ever beat anyone. Thanks, Super Driver. See, now if we put him in his place, he behaves properly, like a good gorilla. I'm the zookeeper. You're the gorilla. Know your role. All right. Bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6. C takes d5. E takes d5. So what I'm saying is like white could try to castle queenside, but here I was talking about Halkias, and he didn't play bishop e2. You know, I think it was like queen b3, h4, g4 very quickly. White can try that. But if white is going to go for something crazy like opposite side castling, then there's no reason to play bishop e2. We'd have to go back to like here, or maybe even the move before that. No, here. Here. These are my games, but let's say master games. See, there's a bunch of games with queen b3. It's kind of a sneaky move. Because it looks like, oh, I'm just putting pressure on d5. And then, you don't realize White is actually going to try to castle queenside. He absolutely demolished me in this blitz game we had. Because you just don't expect it. You're like, oh. Not anymore. They took my title away. Sverikund. I lost too many rating points, so they said I'm a FIDE master now. I'm down to 2310. I've been demoted. Like Donald Trump's White House doctor. Lieutenant Colonel, Senator, whatever his name is. Or Colonel, I think. He went from Rear Admiral to Colonel. Doctor, whatever his name is. I'm FM/G now. Bishop e2 is solid. I'm white here in this game, by the way, guys. I was white in this game. Bishop takes f6, bishop f6, cd5, ed5. Now, this is the question. Should white play b4 before or after castling? I have a very good score with this line with white. I've never lost with white. At least not in over the board chess. I have a couple of wins and a bunch of draws, but I've never lost. Usually I play b4, but I have castled before. I always feel like castling encourages black to play c5. Strangely, there's not that many games with c5. It's really weird. But even weirder, I play b4 and he plays c5, and this is a famous game. What's not in the front of the database here is game number 4. Kasparov, Karpov, 1987. So this is when I started playing chess. But I think they had other games, not just one. Probably multiple games. That's not a match, right? It was 1987. Is it? Let me see. 87. 4 sent upon loss for both sides. No. Yes. Okay, it was. Okay, so we watched this match live. My best friend and I were really into chess in 1987. No, this was live. Well, not live because we didn't have internet in 87. The few people were on I didn't discover the internet. Well, I probably did discover internet around 1988, but very early version. Any case, I saw the game in the newspaper, whatever, in 87. But later, c6 is considered best because it preserves maybe more flexibility. And there's no real downside. c6 looks passive, but it's actually objectively you didn't see me, you weren't looking in the right place. Maybe you're in the wrong section. Should have been looking the under 2000 section or something. I probably played in the World Open in 1987, I would imagine. I think I played almost every year in the late 80s. But anyway, Uber driver, trying to concentrate. It's not easy. Thanks for your donation. I like c6 better, but c5 is a very forcing move that was played in Kasparov-Karpov. And the interesting thing is that Karpov was black in that match in 87, but he mostly played white in this line. So he's willing to play both sides. Now take, and now I haven't played this much lately, so I'm not remembering. But I know I'm supposed to play rook b1, and then bishop c6 is main line. and then bishop b5. This is supposed to be the best line. Let's see how many games I have here. Sparkle Horse Notch Papa, Sparkle Horse Mr. Coffee, Sparkle Horse Houdini 90. So I played that 3 times, and I played Castles once online. I mean, this is like recent games. I have a couple games where people played Queen A5, which is another move, by the way. But in this game, against him, Tuesday I decided to play Castles, and it's inferior. So Castles is like equal. I lose any chance of playing for an edge after Castles. And Black has multiple moves here, but I think this is risky. There's a game with Husky from 2020. Can't believe that was like 4 years ago. I actually played like an aggressive move here, knight e5. I'm not sure I would repeat that. But c4 is ambitious. You know, this is a safer move by Schumacher. And now I play rook b1, and then he plays... See, this is what I missed. He has pawn takes pawn. I'm hoping, okay, Black plays some other move. Rook b8. Queen c7 doesn't work. I don't know. Bishop c8, we'd love to see that. But he has this in between move. So let's go to database. It's Chernin versus Ray Stone, 1988. Speaking of the World Open. That could also be Canadian Open or something like that. US Open, I don't know. But Chernin would later reside in Hungary. I don't know anything about him. He could be like still living here. What does the dude do? I don't know. It's really weird. You know, he just like totally disappeared. But he wrote Pirk Alert and then he just like disappeared. I haven't heard a peep out of him since that. That was basically Lev Albert. But it was Chernin's analysis. So he wrote a book 20 years ago and he still hasn't surfaced since then. Knight a4, and this was my great idea. I love myself for this move. So I couldn't just be normal and like take back. I wanted to be more ambitious and creative. So I played a novelty now with white. Knight a4. I thought I'm a genius. This is a fantastic idea. I can recapture later on d4 and my knight is coming to c5 and everything's great. But no, Schumacher just calmly defends against it. Boop. Rook b8. It's a brilliant move. It's simple. And what's the point? If I go in here, maybe I should have followed up with knight c5, no? I was like hesitant now. But in all seriousness, maybe this move would be good. There's so many people screaming on the street tonight. I don't get it. It's like Thursday night. It's not like it's like Friday or Saturday night. It's not like it's a college town where there's like Boston where everyone parties on Thursday night because they start the weekend early. I don't understand why there's so many people there. Alright. Not a party neighborhood here. Rook b8. Knight takes d4. Why didn't I play knight c5? It's not like it's Cambridge, Massachusetts or something. Alright, anyway. Not important. Guys, we're wrapping up the analysis stream here. But I think knight c5 might be interesting. I didn't check this move with the engine. Knight c5 appears good. It's one of the top 2 moves. It didn't occur to me during the game, but it makes sense now. It's funny, looking at the game from Black's perspective makes me see the position differently. Like, what I would be afraid of. Yeah, like in general. No, the idea of partying on Thursday nights in Alston or Boston or Cambridge, it's a kind of American thing, you know? You start the weekend early as a student or whatever. It's not as pronounced. What I'm trying to say is, like, it's not as pronounced Thursday night sort of partying the way it is in the States here. People go out on Thursday nights, of course, but not like religiously. Like when I was a student in Boston in the 90s, Thursday night was like an official part of the weekend. You know what I mean? That's not the case here. Okay, anyway. Knight takes d4, and I kind of bailed out. And honestly, this wasn't a very exciting game. Schumacher's like, he's like excited he drew, but I mean, this is one of our more boring games. So now I was wondering about this during the game. What happens if he does like bishop takes d4, pawn d4, and I said, what am I going to do about that? What if he attacks my pawn and I can't protect it? They had some kind of tricky idea here. I guess just knight c5. It's not that tricky. I just play knight c5. So. Yeah, so he took with the knight. I took with the knight, he took with the knight. I took with the pawn. We got a very boring structure. Black has two bishops. And you think, oh, it's a boring draw, but look. You know, we both have isolated pawns. And Black has the bishop pair. But here's the really critical juncture, right? This dude doesn't play passively. He plays queen a5. This is a great move. And the problem was I missed, well, I don't know why, I missed the obvious. I missed that he has bishop c6, but I guess I was thinking he was going to play bishop a8, you know, but what a stupid idea, you know. Why would anyone play bishop a8? Because he has a hole here, so rook takes rook, rook takes rook, and I could play knight d7, and now he's in deep shit. So I'm going to wreck his kingside with knight takes f6. So the point was, like, I'm an idiot, and I missed bishop c6. And it just covers d7, I've got nothing. Not that I had anything anyway, but I mean, I was thinking that I had something. And now I have to be careful I'm not worse, because I'm tied down to d4. And now white has to find a move that keeps control of the b file. I was proud of myself, because I knew that I was like slightly worse. I have to find a move that keeps control of the b file, at the same time defends this, and doesn't lose my a pawn. So you can play knight b3, but you just like drop your pawn on a2. This is what would happen in most cases. People would just lose a pawn. So how do you not lose a2, not lose d4, and not like bail on giving up the b file with like rook takes rook, rook takes rook? Most people would have done that, but now what do? I mean, how do I defend this? You know, it's a serious situation. So I found a really good move, queen c2. And it's a trap, because this is protected, and if he tries to take my pawn on d4, I'm on this, and I have knight b3, like forking his queen and his bishop. So it's like a triple attack. It's really nasty. What does Black do now, if that happened? Well, anyway, I was thinking about bishop a4, but this is probably too much. This was beyond Schumacher's. Honestly, this was like just beyond Schumacher's depth, you know. I was like, well, what if bishop a4? And I went, okay, whatever. You know, I'm probably okay. I can lose a pawn and still hang on or something, maybe queen d3, and take his guy on d5. Even if I lost the pawn, it wouldn't be clear. But he goes here. Queen c2, give up the file. Thank you. Rook takes. That was a concession. And now rook e8. And And here I guess I panicked a little bit, but there become back rank issues. If anyone thinks that Schumacher played like a computer, I agree. Pretty close to a computer in this game. If I didn't play 500 games with him, I would think he was cheating. But I think he's honest. Knight b3, and now really weird move by black. Again, I anticipated bishop a4. He plays queen a4. And I don't know. I guess it makes some sense. He attacks this. And now I played this just safe move. And now the weirdest move of the game. I'm just going to say this like out loud. Who plays this move? Watch what he does next. It's like a clickbait streaming video. Why would anyone play this move? Who would play this move? Queen a3. I was like, what? Queen a3? Wait, your last move was queen a4. And now after rook d1, you're playing queen a3? And that leaves your bishop hanging. Because, you can take my bishop on rook ac2. But he played the move almost immediately. This is a weird move to play, dude. To be perfectly honest, he has 30 seconds. I have a minute 44. He played almost instantly. Okay, no, he took 15 seconds. But like, dude, who does that? Your bishop's protected. You have 30 seconds left. Why would you like unprotect your bishop with queen a3? It doesn't even clearly threaten anything. It's a really weird move, man. I don't know. To bring the queen back? Like he re-coordinated or something? And if you look at here, Stockfish, bishop d7, g6, a5, bishop e5, bishop e7, 100 other moves. None of them are queen a3. Queen a3. That's frightening. Queen a3 is only equal. He was better until queen a3, so it's not an engine move, but it's fine. And I was like, wait, can I take this? He didn't care. I played this. My bishop's not hanging. Then he pins me. And now he forces... and I guess this was his idea. He can force opposite colored bishops. The cool thing about white's... black's position, was this position. You guys... I know there's only 10 viewers. Nobody loves me anymore. But this was a really, really weird game. I could have taken the pawn on d5. Look at black's pieces. How active his pieces are. Maybe you're not playing the right opening, bro. I mean, are you sure you should be playing the Queen's Gambit Declined? This kind of like activity you're generating with your pieces. So if I take the pawn on d5, what's his response? Bishop takes d4. What do you think? Or maybe he would take here first? That's probably safer. First he takes on b3, and then he takes on d4. For example, queen takes, bishop takes, draw. Because I have back rank mate. I can never recapture on d4. It's all about the back rank mate. Are you serious? Jesus Christ, dude. Bishop a4, and I can't take the pawn because of back rank mate. Yeah, Grunfeld, right? Why is this guy playing the Queen's Gambit Declined? It's a terrible opening choice. I mean, he should play something active. And so I made Luft. I don't want to play h3. I have no dark square bishop. So I have a white square bishop. I put my pawns on dark squares. 4 out of 5 moms. And it's a draw. He takes. I take. And then, I mean, theoretically, like, his pawn is undefended. So I'm like a hint better. But it's just too easy to hold. This is probably not the best move either. His rook is on an active file. He doesn't want to defend passively. So I would think that black should play like queen b4. something more active. This is passive, rook d8, but h4, a5, and he just trades off the queenside pawn. He tied me down to d4, and when I went there, he traded off the last pawn, and then at this point, I accepted or offered a draw. He offered a draw, I offered a draw, I don't remember. But I mean, now it's really like 4 against 4 on the same side, more or less. It's very equal. I'm okay with a draw there. He played this move. And if I take, then he has a dangerous pass pawn. So, it's just a totally drawn. Yeah, anyway, good stream, guys. Thanks for analyzing with me. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll be back Friday with Blitz Chess. Thanks, Mr. Coffee and Nidog, for being our moderators. Thanks, Mr. Slow, for supporting the stream, as you do. And thanks, everybody. Friday, tomorrow, Blitz challenges. And don't forget, we've got Sunday Simul coming your way on Sunday. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.